Hello, everybody, and welcome to episode number 84. Yes, I remembered because last time I forgot. Yes, as you all can see, unfortunately, we are still only 3 players. We are missing 1, and our prayers and wishes go out to Felicia. She really has been struck with a multitude of unfortunate events over the last couple of weeks. So we're hoping...
string of bad luck.
Definitely a string of bad luck, so we're hoping that all goes well on her side. Hopefully not the entire year of 2025 will be like that. Well,
man. No.
I say that, but Trump is president again, so, you know, and she lives in America, so she is kind of affected.
Yes.
Anyways, from one bad world to the other bad world, which is my world that I created deliberately to be very bad, but at least problems can be fixed. It's what I make my players believe. But yeah, we are here back again, starting off the new year with a little streak, and hopefully we can keep it going. And so without further ado, actually one first notice, if you hear this sound, can you hear it?
Yes.
Yeah.
That is me with this pen, and it has kind of a spinning thing on the top that you can turn.
Oh man.
Okay.
And it's addicting. I will try not to do it because if you guys can hear it.
Will be stimming the whole session. Noted.
I got my fidget spinner.
Oh yeah.
There he is.
You mean your fidget spinner?
Yes,
Let's
exactly.
Go. Yeah, so just in case anyone is annoyed, now you at least know the source of your annoyance, which is my pen. It's so addicting. Okay, anyways, 2-hour session, and the question of the day. We left off with not necessarily a cliffhanger, but to, you know, the objectives of you guys' next part of this session are quite clear, and so I can phrase this question in many different ways. Let's say how dangerous do you think the dungeon is? Yeah, it's a pretty free question.
Boy. All right. Well, I'm Greg. I'm playing Irix Spanner, the human artificer. I think if we stay to the path that we assume has already been traveled, we might be okay physically. I'm worried about the mental danger that exists. Like, I don't know, the closer we get down to the bottom or to whatever these constructs are down there, I don't know, something's going to start playing games with us the way that, you know, when we got closer to the river in hell, like, I don't know, I'm worried about stuff like that. Physically, I think we're okay, but we're probably going to want to check out, you know, rooms that weren't touched or anything, so, you know, moderately dangerous.
Alright.
Hi, I'm Matt Fiera. The archaeologist went into a dungeon that is old, so that's exciting. In terms of danger, it was designed to seal and keep sealed something that is very old and powerful that apparently they couldn't destroy. So, you know, 8.5 out of 10. Especially since the defenses are now responding to heightened blood magic. It's maybe 9 out of 10. It's gonna be rough, but doable. But it's I'm curious who we get.
Aww.
Hi, I'm Skit, and I play Isorel Leafina. Yeah, I'm kind of worried about this dungeon. I feel like, apart from hell, this is probably one of our most dangerous adventures yet, just because there is something quite powerful at the end of it that is starting to break through, and I do fear that if we take too much time, we might have problems. But at the same time, I don't want to rush because I don't want us to fall into traps and stuff like that. So it's this whole, like, let's try to advance at a steady pace, but also, like, be careful. So yeah, I think the danger is, like Matt said, I think 8.5 is pretty accurate in my opinion. It's I don't think it's the most dangerous place ever yet, but it has the potential to be, I guess.
Mm.
Yeah, I think that would be my answer.
All right. Well, definitely a variety of different answers. Unanimously agreeing that it is quite dangerous. But we'll see. It's ancient, you know. Maybe everything inside of it died. But you already know that some of it reawoken. So we'll see. We'll see. Only one way to find out, and that is by playing. So we're gonna kick this off with our usual intro. Go on from there.
Guide us out of this endless misery, be it pain, sins, penance, or grafting. He knows where one of the roots of Nephasius is, and with them together, we will burn the tree of purgatory, and in its fire, a new age will begin. An age where we do not rely on the light to guide us, but instead, through the blood of our primordial ancestors, we shall escape the curse that has been put onto our kind so long ago. We will not be the victims of this blight any longer, and we will wage the final war needed against those who hold divinity. Those who strive against us are but mere puppets of the divine. We must accept the sacrifice, and we must accept the blood that needs to be spilled. Peace will make us mourn the inevitable deaths of innocent people, and war will make us celebrate the valiant warriors who sacrificed their lives for a higher purpose. Let us not mourn anymore, but instead celebrate for the prosperity of our kind. Stand by me, O so-called sinners. Stand by me, O so-called outcasts. We are bespoken, and we are carved from the very fabric of death and life together. We will not fail, we will prevail. Long live the dark blood, and long live humanity.
And there we have it. So we're gonna start this off with a quick recap. You guys after spending a while in front of the cave, about 2 miles away after you have successfully gotten Lazarus key, you're a bit unsure on how to approach the entrance itself, or how you would gain access to it, because it's being protected and guarded by Holy Religions Crusaders. However, you managed to help a group of Crusaders who got assaulted by a vanguard unit of the Blood Legion. And with that, you managed to not only kill off all of the Blood Legion members, but also save 2 Holy Crusaders while doing so. And while this transpired and you saved them, you saw for a brief moment a alternative reality where things didn't go as planned, and a rift cracked open up where you saw a different version of Fiera attempting to potentially pull Jade back into her portion. However, Jade was encapsulated by this multicolored prismatic force field that then kind of sew the rift that opened up back shut, and everything returned back to normal, and you only had the thanking Crusaders standing there in front of you, seemingly unaware of what has just transpired. And you managed to somewhat, not necessarily convince, but tell them that you wanted to, talk with the lieutenant, and so you can gain access to Lazarus Cave. It took you there, and would then encounter one, basically the lieutenant who's responsible inside of this area, and it seemed like there's a large barrack and fortified structure, and also a holy chapel within the cave itself. And you would then meet Visca, who would want all of you to make a holy oath and speak only the truth, so we can ascertain what your goal is and why you're here. And after kind of conversing with him for a bit, he seemed convinced that you have the right intention in mind, and he would also then reveal that they do indeed also currently need some help, and that you're actually a saving grace for them, where he then would reveal that he is actually not, or they all aren't members of the Holy Religions, but a second branch, or a quote-unquote shadow branch that operates independently from the Holy Religions, and as he explains, are responsible for safeguarding and safekeeping ancient ritual sites that are known to harbor extremely dangerous evil creatures or whatever. And with that, he seemed to be not too against the idea of allowing quote-unquote strangers who very obviously practice heretical magics inside, as they themselves have dedicated to use heretical magics in order to preserve the sanctity of non-heretical magics. So you kind of aligned with him there, and he would explain that currently there's a problem, that the defenses of the dungeon, who were for most of the time dormant, have reawakened, and he suspects it is because Melador's finger, which you know was stolen from the dungeon, has returned. And because there has been some leak of Melador's power outwards, it seems to resonate with the finger and its proximity, and the defenses of the dungeon have thusly responded and activated seemingly sentinels and guardians, constructs that have been built and placed inside of the dungeon to fend off anyone who would dare unseal Melador, are now roaming the dungeon itself, making it an unsafe place, and they're worrying that if they manage to come out of the dungeon, they would be assaulted from both sides, which obviously is very bad. And since their troops are kind of focusing on the potential Blood Legion invasion and the other cults and or factions that are having their interests aligned within this dungeon, he asked for you, since you want to go down there anyway, you want to discover the truth, if you're already doing that, you can help them out by either stopping this parade of wandering sentinels, and in the meantime, do whatever research you wish to do. And so you were given a map of the dungeon and sent down, where you went down a staircase. And now last week, I didn't show it to you, but this week I can. This is the map that he would give you of Melador's dungeon. Here it is. I will also show it to the viewers. As you step down the somewhat narrow staircase, and with a little bit of light and vision, Fiera can see, but with the people with dark vision, the walls are made up of partly humanoid parts, either molded in, grafted into it, or petrified out. It is unsure, but within the stone structures of this hallway or staircase that you're walking down is lined with a variety of different aspects of humanoid bodies. And Icewell, and especially Eirik with a higher passive perception, could also see that all heads that you would encounter would adorn some sort of crooked and asymmetrical horns on the heads, and any chest you would see would have a vacant hole in the middle. And they kind of skewer around and kind of decorate the place, if you so will. And you have to be a bit careful if you go close to the wall to not accidentally bump your shoulder into a protruding arm. And that is where we left off. You just took a corner, and standing now in the dark depths of this dungeon is a long corridor of just twisting arms that seem to be praying and or trying to persuade you to turn back. But you guys have a mission to do, so what do you guys want to do?
Scream, cry a little bit, maybe.
Fair.
Well, taking a look at the bodies, is there any evidence of like different stages of petrification and decomp and everything? Like, does it look like some are fresher, some are older?
You can make an investigation check.
While he's looking at the walls and stuff, I'm going to look at the floor itself and try to see if it's the same thing as the walls, and if not, like, does it seem like it's raw? Does it seem like man-made, or does it seem like it's just they just like left the cave as it is and used the natural material of it? So I'm just gonna try to take a better look at what we're gonna be walking on, basically.
Okay, yeah, you can. I guess you can choose yourself what kind of skill you want to use to ascertain that.
I'm gonna go with perception because it's better than my investigation, and I'm gonna give myself guidance.
Okay, very well. Smart.
Yes.
19, very well.
And
Yeah.
+3. Yeah, +3.
Nice, 22.
Because of my guidance, yes.
So, Eirik, as you're looking at these bodies, most of them are twisted and contorted in very unnatural ways. And they seem to be perfectly merged with the wall. It doesn't seem like there are cracks in between or seams between where a hand protrudes or a leg kind of sticks out, which means it is one, or well, this stone is like one solid piece of stone. However, looking at the bodies more closely, they look very thin and frail, meaning either they were starved and or they have a lack of body fat and body water when they were either petrified or merged with the stone. You don't get the impression that there's a difference in stages of petrification. So it's not like someone was less petrified than someone else. They all seem to be unanimously made out of one solid piece of stone. And you probably, take the courage to chisel a bit off of one of the hands that's kind of protruding out, though you can only see the fingers. And then kind of you crack open one of the fingers and there's no flesh behind it. Seems to be one solid piece of stone. But you do see a variety of different ages, So it's not just, one age group and or gender. There are, women, men, children, teenagers. Everything is kind of interlocked in this very macabre spectacle of architectural wonder, if you so will. And as you're kind of slowly walking down, you also see that occasionally there are these archways that kind of, just go through the cave as supporting structures. You assume that also have just these hands that kind of almost seem like they're lashing out, coming in like this curtain or curve that you have to walk beneath. You definitely get the impression that either a masterful architect has carved this out of one big piece of stone, or some very horrific magical wonders have been performed to create this. But you are somewhat certain, just because of the nature of how the anatomy is structured, that these are or were at some point real human beings or humanoid beings. And because there are some details that an architect would never pay attention to, or some, just asymmetrical natural maladies that happen in human bodies that you would never think to put in as an artist. And it would just take an infinite amount of time to craft this. Even if you would forge it with terraforming magics, there's a limit to how much you can do. But you can also keep in mind, this is from a time where those marvels probably were possible, but you would still place your bet, yes, these were humans that were kind of solidified in rock. Now, the other important thing that you notice, because not only are you very keen with stonework, but we're also keen with, structural ingenuity and how materials are being composed, you assume how this took place is that this rock got, it solidified, it was liquid at some point. So the best guess that you have right now is that probably some extremely hot source caused the earth, or some rock turned into magma, burned these people alive, and then solidified in one piece. And that's how...
Sorry.
Yeah?
You said hot source, and I heard hot sauce.
I mean, someone ate a bit of hot sauce to create this, but...
Yeah, sorry, my brain... Sorry. Keep going.
Yeah, so probably some hot magma got produced and then kind of formed the structures, and then through the cooling process, everything contorted in the way it is shown right now. Yeah, that's what you get, Irik, at looking at this very, very, very closely. And I swear if you can...
Small follow-up question.
Yeah.
Does he feel? Does he seem like? Does he see like, oh, these are like just humans, or does it seem like there are like all types of different species, like elves, half-elvens, or like anything like Azathian in general, or does it seem like it's just specifically humans?
Oh, okay. They are all of the same race, and a race you all don't recognize.
Okay.
Okay.
Because
Okay.
they all, anytime you see a head, it has like some weird crooked horns on it, and every time you see a chest, it has a hole inside of it. The arms and everything, like you can't really tell the difference between a what's it called, a starved elven arm from a human arm. It's just impossible, especially not if it's made out of stone even. It looks the same. So the best you can ascertain is humanoid, but they have these weird marks that you haven't seen before. But you don't see any pointy ears, you don't see any flowing long hairs. In fact, all of them are bald. You don't see any hair whatsoever. Or scales or stuff like that. None of them seem to be dwarven short or halfling short or have long nose like gnomes. They are uniform in ways. That is something you're definitely sure of. And okay, Isabel, back to you. If you could repeat your question just one more time.
Yes, I'm basically trying to look at the makeup of the floor. Does it seem like it was carved into the cavern and we're just walking on natural ground, or does it seem like it was man-made? Does it seem like it's the continuation of the walls that is, also on the ground? Basically, just trying to figure out what we're going to be walking on.
Yeah, you are walking on. The floor is at some points merged with the walls, and you can then also see how human body parts come out from them. And for the most part, it does feel like that this is like it literally feels like you're walking through a hole that has been dug and chiseled, rather than a wall has been built and then placed there like stone on stone on stone on stone. Everything seems to be one solid mass. Is the best way I can describe it.
Almost tunnel-like, basically. Like
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly. As if it was dug. And as you kind of looking through and you pass underneath one of these archways, you do blink that on the kind of top of the arch, in between all of these weird contortions and asymmetrical parts of the wall, you do manage to see that there's a bit of writing there, but I believe in a language you do not understand. You do not recognize this language, though you probably... Yeah, no, you don't recognize the language, but you see a couple of words inscribed on top of the archway.
I will take a minute to write it down, like try to copy the language. Even if I don't understand it, I'm thinking maybe at some point we'll be able to translate it. So I'll just take a minute to try to describe it the best I can.
Yep, can definitely do that.
You might have said it already. I just want to double check. What's the diameter of the tunnel we're in?
It's not super wide. It's about 7 feet wide, and then like
okay.
8 feet tall. So you're quite close to the hands, feet, and faces.
Probably too close for Eric's comfort.
Yeah.
And then, do we know roughly what time we're starting our descent into the dungeon?
Yes, you do. It would be like around midnight, since that's when you started walking, because you wanted to take a long rest, right? But then you fought after the Crusaders, but you immediately went there, and then you were kind of forced not to take one. Well, actually, I would say it's like probably around 2 a.m., I would say, at this point.
Okay.
Okay, well, should we start going a little bit?
Yeah, I mean, let's think this through for a second. Do we have smart ways of maybe tracing our path, like leaving little markers for ourselves? In case we have to run out of here or get lost or whatever.
I can druid craft something maybe on the ground to let us know that we've gone through something that would be specific to us, to make sure to know, basically know that we've gone through here. It wouldn't be a bad idea.
Yep, I mean that's
Sure.
something. We need something. Just
Yeah.
I can I guess continually like tinker. I can make like magical tinkering things, and like I don't know, if we want to leave actual torchlight behind us, we can do that.
I can probably... I don't know how efficient it would be. Hold on. Yeah, it lasts for an hour. Because I can probably druid craft a protrudence in the wall or something and just light it up with a light cantrip that lasts an hour. It's not perfect, but if we do have to turn back quickly, at least we would be able to follow the trail.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm suggesting.
Yeah, no, my first instinct is to try to not interact with the structure as much as possible. You know, like I don't know if you go and start druid crafting things out of material,
I'll tentatively, approach my hand slowly and just try to see how, I'm not gonna touch the wall directly, but I'm just gonna try to, put my hand very, very close to it to see if I feel like it's colder, or like if I feel some warmth to it, or try to get a feel a little bit of the wall, just to see how I feel about it.
Yeah, make an inside check against the wall.
Vibe check.
Vibe check on the wall. You know what? My insight is +7, so.
Damn, 17.
Yeah.
You approach your wall very closely with your hand, trying to, keep your distance, not touching it directly. You get the sense it's a pretty cold wall.
Like when you test your bath water, I'm just gonna try to touch it a little bit, see if there's any interaction with it, if there's anything that happens, because I don't want to, just to see how it feels under my fingers as well. Does it feel I can see that it's rock or solidified magma or something, but does it feel like that under my fingers is basically what I'm asking.
Yeah, are you continuously probing it?
It's more like when you go like this, you're just kind of trying to see a little bit, and then I just stop to see if there's any reaction at all. So I'm not going,
Yeah.
Just a little, just a little bit, trying to get a feel under my fingers, and then I stop just to see how it feels under my fingers.
Yeah, you kind of very gently touch it occasionally, different parts of the wall, some of where it just looks like a stone wall, and some of it where it's an actual humanoid part of it jutting out, just to see, maybe there's a difference, maybe there's a, there could be just a visual illusion over this, and touching it would solve this problem. At one point, as you're kind of just, touching different points of the wall very lightly, very gently, being careful and all, it doesn't seem like you feel any difference, doesn't seem like there are any changing things, until suddenly one of the hand grabs your finger. And then you blink, and then you realize that never happened. And you kind of take a step back.
I'm gonna describe that sensation to the other two. Okay, there's something going with the walls, so no touching the walls. You are right about this.
Okay, I pull her away from the wall.
Yeah, no, I would not have stayed on the wall, but yeah. Okay, so glad we got this over with now rather than learning 3 hours in.
Because my assumption here is that something happened so suddenly that it petrified all of these people at once. So I'm worried that it's very fragile.
Mm-hmm.
That's my concern here.
Yeah.
Is that because it happened so quickly, whatever this stone is could be incredibly fragile. So if we start doing anything to it, we might run into some trouble. Yeah.
Yeah.
This didn't occur over hundreds of years and have time to strengthen.
No. It was like this, and
it makes me wonder if was there an old city here or town that these people were like trapped in whatever occurred, and anyway, we can figure that out later.
Yeah. But it wouldn't
Okay.
be bad to leave something behind. I can always, like I said, I can druid craft a simple flower or simple like leaf or something and just leave it on the ground so that we know, because it's probably super dark, and I'm guessing the rock looks like rock. It's not like this bright white rock out around, and it's dimmed. So like if I make like a bright orange or a bright red, you know, or bright like thing that we can see, it could leave a visual
Isn't
as
there
we
a
go along.
flower that glows in caves?
I can only make simple things, so yeah, it can't be very complicated. So I can make, you know, I can probably make, I could make the appearance of a blood lotus. It's red. We would know that we're the ones putting them here.
I'll leave that decision to you.
We know, I mean, we know what it looks like, and the chances of seeing them under here are very slim to none. So it would be
True.
a good indicator to, like, that was us that left it here, and we can follow it back.
Yeah.
And it's something that we know.
let's-
It's something that we know.
All right.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So I'll druid craft one and just, you know, I'll get down and just leave it before I actually touch the floor and just ploop.
Yeah.
There we
Just-
go.
It falls down, and you don't know if it's another visual trick that's being played on you, but it lands exactly on an open hand. That almost seems like it catches it.
Yeah, of course it did.
And then you are taking it back. It doesn't change. It doesn't seem like it's another visual trick that happens. It's now just lying on an open hand.
Cool.
Okay. All right. Let's get moving then. Yeah, I'm very uncomfortable here, and I want to stay here as little as possible.
Sure.
All
So according to the map, we're headed to a ravine.
Mm-hmm.
So let's have your owl go first. We'll go
Mm-hmm.
about 100 feet after, and then I'll
Mm-hmm.
just snap my finger and get Glam right here. Then we can have, and then he can follow us from behind and let us know if anybody sneaks up on us.
That's a good idea. All right. So I'll just let my owl fly. So I'll leave it like 99 feet in front of me so that I can communicate with it.
All right. And you popped out Glamour.
Yep. We'll be joining us.
All right. Wait, you already summoned him. Is that what you're saying? Or you're going to summon him?
I will try to summon him because I don't think he's been with us since the battle.
Yeah, you took him back. Yeah, he poofs up as normal. Oh! Back again in an even more crude place than before. Wow, you do always manage to surprise me.
We're good at that. But we have a mission. I just need you to make sure nobody sneaks up upon us. You have pretty good eyesight compared to me, so.
Yes. Was my entire first life trying to have people not sneak behind me.
I assume so.
Okay, very well. I shall do that. Wow, is that a hand? Has it got a flower? Ominous.
Yeah. Don't. Yeah. Be careful with the walls. Don't get too close.
Oh, that's never a sentence I want to hear. Walls are supposed to be the least dangerous things. They don't do anything. Oh, Christ.
Fair point.
And then he starts sauntering down back behind you. He gets the gist when he gets summoned. and you guys kind of start to move forward. And it doesn't take long for your owl to pick up on something. It, in fact, picks up on a speckle of light, torchlight, in fact. Do you proceed with the owl, or do you wait to approach with the owl, that you kind of catch up with the owl, or do you let him scour in front to see what it is?
What?
Oh.
Oh, me? Sorry. There was the lights were on, but no one was home. I'm very sorry about that.
No, it's okay. Your owl immediately sees
Yes.
something,
Okay.
after like a couple of seconds, and that is a speckle of light. He seems to be seeing torchlight in the distance of the hallway. And I wanted to ask you if you approach further with the owl to inspect what it is, or would you now catch up with the owl before having him go in front of you?
I would ask my friends. Do I ask my owl to wait for us, or do we send it a little bit further as we approach? Because I feel like if there's torchlight, there might be trouble, and he's very, very nimble. Not nimble. He's very, very weak. So if he gets poofed out, I can only get him back tomorrow, which is bad.
Yeah, let's just do like a push forward and then we'll catch up, push forward, catch up. Don't let it go too far ahead. Let's just close the gap and
Okay.
continue.
Right. There's a chance that they just use torches to light the way for themselves, because it sounds like
Absolutely.
they made
Yes, absolutely.
many
But
trips. So
but I
yeah, we
don't
can
want
take
to. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
to the
We go
Yeah.
catch up to the owl.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
So the owl kind of just hovers, I suppose, or we will probably just land. He can't really hover. And doesn't take long. Like I said, it was like only a couple of seconds until he encountered the light, and it wouldn't take much longer for you guys to then also see the kind of flicker in the distance, the bright orange hues of a torchlight illuminating the space behind. And it also won't take long for Eirik and I swear for you both to pick up what seems to be like metal banging, but very, very occasional. It's like something just being like a
Okay.
I mean, we're on a time limit here. I don't want
Yeah,
to suggest that
let's-
we just run
No.
full steam, but
Definitely
we
need to.
got to take care of stuff here.
Yeah.
Mhm. Yeah, let's find the source. I would assume with your owl, then see what it is.
Yep. Let's do this.
all right. So how do you approach?
I'll approach with my basically I'm just going to ask Eirik to stay behind me and put his hand on my shoulder and have me move, and I'll just put my eyes into the owl as it flies a little further so I can see what's going on, and I can describe to the other two what's going on so that we can know as the owl approaches. But I'm gonna ask the owl to stay not too far ahead so that if something is happening, we can then go up a little bit faster. I don't know if it makes sense.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, so you kind of slowly approach and your owl flies ahead. And once again, it doesn't take long until you just get into a more closer visual proximity. You can also see what the light is illuminating in its proximity. And you can see two figures sitting on a chair in front of what seems to be a heavy reinforced iron door. And you can recognize the armor as the same one that the kind of crusaders had upstairs in the chapel that you were seeing. And you can see that one of them is just kind of lifting his sword and then just letting it fall down, which is creating this weird ticking sound. And they seem to just be looking at each other, having like small talk, small conversation. One of them notices the owl, and then you can just hear a remark coming from him where he says, "Oh, finally they arrived." And they both kind of just stand up.
Yeah, I'll let them know, and I'll revert my eyes back to myself. Let's walk. Let's walk. Let's go. This is all right. We're way too suspicious, but also.
Well, just a reminder, we've walked up to legionnaires before, and then I
Yes.
got stabbed.
Yes,
So
that's the thing, right?
Make sure they're on our side before we drop their home.
Yes.
Cool.
Okay,
That's
and
right.
I'll. Yeah. Let's go.
Okay, you approach them. They seem to still be standing next to it, but they seem to be having a very relaxed body posture. One of them seems to be a bit broader and larger, while the other one seems to. One of them actually has their helmet off. You can see it's like female human, probably around her mid-30s. Dark black hair, knotted up in a ponytail, and pulled back. And you can see that they have this weird dark golden crusader armor. And as you approach, you can see that the broader one kind of just steps forward, still arms like tucked underneath his armpits, and he says, "Finally you arrive. Visca has informed us to open up the door into the dungeon for you. So you're 3 people? No more?"
Maybe a 4th one will join us later, depending on what's going on. We're not sure.
Right, she's currently recovering from an event.
Alright. Well, okay. It's just so we know that we have to open up the gates again.
No, she won't be joining through the gate if she does join.
Well, then, not much for us to worry about then. On a point of order, we have been instructed to keep this door shut under all means. I think Visca has informed you about what's going on the other side. And
Right.
we'll just give you a brief update, since we are the ones who usually peruse the dungeon. And, well, guarded for the most part. A lot has changed since, well, whatever affliction and or curse has started to appear within. First of which is be wary of the walls and or the interior. They don't physically harm you, but there's a certain mental fatigue that you will gain if you are exposed too long within these walls. Seems like, well, our archpriest says, and the only way we can really describe it is that the dungeon has a mind of its own that influences those who wander within it. So be wary of that. You might occasionally bear witness to illusions that might not be real. Second of all,
Like touching your fingers type of illusions?
yes, walking figures, emerging beasts, deforming hallways, sudden doors that weren't there before, people from your past within the walls, all that sort of stuff. But once you
Are there any
Yes?
Are there any actual like real creatures down here aside from the constructs and everything that we know of? Like, are there like real animal creatures or demon creatures?
Well, that's the second point of order. Yes, the dungeon and ruin is quite expansive. It's about the size of, well, a capital city in its, well, diameter. And we also believe it might probably has been a city at some point. And so obviously we have limited resources and we can only control so many chambers, the important of which have been detailed on the map. However, there are long spanning hallways connecting each of these with minor rooms, and many local subterranean creatures and monstrosities have made these their home. This is also a burial ground, as you can obviously see, so corpses line many different areas of the interior region, and that's why it is also prone to be infected with demonic blight. But luckily we don't have many demonic encounters down here, since whatever mind or presence that lingers inside of this dungeon kind of suppresses it. And we also believe this is obviously one of the main purposes of this dungeon in the first place. But now that the power of Melador is starting to seep through, the influence might have changed.
Right.
A lot of different unusual activities have also been already encountered and documented now since this event. And because the Sentinels have now gotten loose, we have closed up, since we weren't expecting people to take care of this problem. So unfortunately, this is another problem you might have to deal with. The main entrance into the inner sanctum is what we refer to it. Is once you cross the ravine, there's a doorway that leads there. That is the main chambers that lead to the Pillar of Atonement and so on. That doorway we, well, caved in because we did not want the Sentinels to go loose. And because of this cave-in, unfortunately, we inadvertently roused up a nesting chasm crawler hive. So if you're wanting to get in, be wary of them. The bridge has also been destroyed, so you also must find a way across it. But so you don't walk into unaware danger, they stalk and creep and climb all around the ravine, so keep your eyes sharp. They hunt in large packs. But as a point of order, if you manage to, they operate with a main hive lord. If you manage to take them out, usually the small ones will disperse quite quickly. But if it doesn't show itself, then you have an entire horde of unstopping, well, somewhat larger crawlers on your back, which I suppose you would not want. And another reason why we're keeping this metal door shut, since they also occasionally make their way all the way up here. And to make things easier for you, and he takes out the bag that was kind of underneath his chair, and it throws it over. To make it a bit easier, here are a couple of sticks of dynamite so you can blast open the cave entrance again, so you can gain entrance. Though I suggest maybe not too much, otherwise you might potentially cause a second cave-in.
Good shit. I'll grab those.
Yeah, that's all you, Mr. Artificer. Sounds right up your alley.
And on a personal note, a lot of our own soldiers who usually patrol the dungeon, unfortunately, we had to leave them behind and they're still stuck there. But more importantly for you as well, we have a, well, we just refer to him as the, dungeon delver. He's the one who knows everything about the dungeon. We soldiers, we just usually make sure he's well and good and alive. But if you manage to find him, he might also help you navigate the dungeon a little bit more easily. So if you can find him, I unfortunately do not know where he was. He's usually located within the lower sanctum, so past the ravine. But if he's still alive, I think he'd be a favorable ally in your cause if you well, can figure
I'm
out
gonna
if he's alive.
just. Sorry. I'm just gonna look to Iserl and Fiera. You guys who can send messages and stuff to people. Do you need to know like information about people, like
What they look like, their general demeanor, just something
Yeah.
about them.
For example, now that we've met these gentlemen, I could message them. I could send them a message now, right?
is there any information we can get about this dungeon delver that can help you guys if we need to send a message to them?
Can gladly help you. Can describe him.
That would help, yeah. That can make it somewhat easier for us to try to reach out to him.
Right. Well, he's human in his late 50s. He's got somewhat of a short hair, always starting to gray, bits of black. A very prominent widow's peak. He's about 5'8" tall, wears similar, more robe-like clothing to ours. He just has the standard garments and light work leather armor underneath it. And his name is Roderick.
Alright, that's something.
That is definitely helpful, yeah.
Well, we'll have to keep an eye open.
Yep.
If we can help people out, we will.
And
But obviously, our mission is mostly to get to the end of the tunnel.
quick question. When it comes to visibility into the dungeon, I'm guessing there's no torchlight, there's no way of seeing unless we make our own light.
Exactly, there are no light sources down below. There are occasionally flames, but they don't produce any light.
Okay.
Excuse me?
Well, this is part of the chambers that belong to, or was part in control of Azathia, who's the Prince of Darklight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, right.
Oh, that makes sense.
It's by no means a hostile thing. In fact, if anything, it's a blessing if you encounter it. You should keep an eye out for the Darklight. It is the flame that protects us in areas where light cannot shine.
Is it something that like we could collect and bring with us? Is there a way to travel with it?
Not necessarily. It has a chilling effect. So I would, like a normal flame, I would not touch it. However, usually if there's the presence of dark light anywhere, it usually means that one of the sanctities and or rites of Azathia, or one of his two compatriots that also who were formed when this dungeon was built, have their blessings upon the area.
All right.
So usually, if we see dark flame, it means we are in a safe zone for that spot.
I wouldn't necessarily say safe, but you can definitely assume that perhaps Azathia is watching over you at that very moment. The flame, by the way, is, well, dark in nature, but has a golden tint within it. So you can't see any illumination from it, but you are able to perceive the flame itself, even in darkness.
Right.
And then we were given this map. I've looked at the names of some of these. The Drake Ward Gate. Was it named that for a particular reason?
Well, we both are stationed here at the entrance, so we haven't done much delving ourselves. So unfortunately, I can't tell you much. From last bits I heard, I assume they're Draconic Sentinels, one of the what should we call it? 3 leaders of AO was a dragon, I think, and you will see a lot of dragon imagery here. So probably some sort of sanctuary, chapel, holy.
Right. Understood. And I guess you probably wouldn't know. From this Pillar of Atonement, the path is somewhat different to different sections. It's dotted instead of lined. Don't know why that would be, would you?
Unfortunately not. No, I'm sorry.
Wonderful. And then the cave-in was between the ravine and the Pillar of Atonement, right?
Well, it is between the ravine. Well, it's immediately after the ravine. So in order to get access to the pillar and or the graveyard sanctuary.
Okay, it blocks both. Okay.
Yes.
So we're gonna have to use that dynamite.
Or find a quieter way, but yes.
I did not take the spell that lets me dig into stone, so yeah.
I'm sure we'll find a way, but okay. Any last questions? We should get rolling here.
Yeah.
We have a lot of obstacles to cover.
Yeah.
I think I'm good. These two have been far more helpful than expected, I suppose. We didn't even know you'd be here, so.
We expected to come down and be like straight into it and you know.
Well, it is a vast and it didn't used to be that dangerous, but with the things and changes that have occurred, I would worry for anyone who goes down there. Like I said, if you do manage to get into contact with Roderick, he will be able to give you more useful information on how to navigate, but I understand if you don't have the time and all resources to do so.
I mean, we'll try. When was the last time someone last went in?
Oh, last went in. Well, I guess it was about 12 hours ago when the demolition team caused the cave-in. But they returned. Well, some of them did.
Understood. Okay. Well, let's get to it. I wish you 2 luck. Yeah.
Alright. Well, may the Dark Light's blessing be on you while you was in these chambers. And once you come back and you wish to exit, just do a 3-knock, 3-knock, 2-knock pattern so we know it's, well, people and not sentinels and or bugs.
We'll figure it out. There's not a good chance we'll poof our way out, but
I noted
And
it.
Yeah.
okay.
It was 2 sticks of dynamite they gave us?
I gave you an entire bag, which is has how much? 16. And they're rolled up into. They're like, but 4 are like always attached. So it's if it's 16, it's four
Yeah,
coils.
units.
Yeah, 4 units of dynamite.
Yeah. And maybe put that in bag of holding so we don't accidentally set that off.
Good call. Very good. Just completely
Send
done.
it. I'm ready.
Alright, done.
I
do
still
that.
got my bag too, so
Oh, you still have yours. Okay, use it.
yeah,
Because mine is starting to get full with all of Jade's shit in it.
yeah, no worries.
It's not, but I mean, there's a lot of it in there. Okay. Are we ready, or are we? Yeah.
Nothing else to
Yeah.
really do.
Everything inside of me yells to me to turn back, go out, and never look back. But I know that we have to keep going forward.
I've been saying that for
And I
2
hate it.
months.
For once, I agree with you. Maybe I should listen to you more often.
I wouldn't do that.
I feel more relaxed since this is mostly what I've done most of my life is go into the unexplored and dig around. Though I usually have a legion protecting me, so
Yeah. And now you have
Me.
Scaredy McScales and Bear Lady.
mm-hmm.
It's not exactly a legion, but hey, we'll do our best.
All right, guys.
Yep, let's go.
Let's do this.
Okie dokie. As you step forward, you can see that the two Arthurs and Crusaders kind of pull open like a large lever that's attached to the door. And then they kind of start to push open this extremely large, heavily fortified iron door that kind of scrapes on the floor and the ceiling itself. Revealing a very similar pathway down below, and seems like that this door was obviously installed by them here in case anything of this sort would happen, and maybe even just recently installed. You can't quite tell, and you don't really care that much. And you step into kind of officially now what you assume the dungeon itself, and there's a feeling of dread as you hear the door get closed behind you.
All right. We're in. Can't go out now.
So now this dungeon is gonna work this way. Each chamber, like I said, this is a ginormous dungeon, and each of the chambers that are listed here is quite a distance away, and you don't know what is between them. So you just have to tell me. This is basically a skill challenge to get from one chamber to the other. There are no failures, but every time you fail, something bad might happen. That is how it works.
Counters. Yep.
Potentially. So yeah, you can tell me how you wish to navigate through this dungeon, and tell me how you wish to try and get to the ravine. And I won't tell you how many successes you need. You just have to pray, because you don't know how long each chamber is apart from the next.
So step 1 is getting to the ravine.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, let's try to start by conserving our resources.
Mm-hmm.
Only use spells if we have to. So to find ravine,
So step number 1 is to get to the ravine. literally, we cannot go any further than the ravine because the bridge got taken out.
Yep.
So we have to get to the ravine and then figure a way to cross it.
Figure a way to get to the next spot.
Yeah.
Over a bad
And-
space, yes.
I don't remember. Did they cave in before or after the ravine?
After the ravine.
After.
After. So we have to cross the ravine in order to get to the cave-in.
Yep.
Unless we want to go down into the ravine and see if there's other ways in. But
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Join
No.
the chasm creepers.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
Well, step one, let's get there and then we can take a
Yep.
look.
Yep, so
Sure,
I'll
I'm
do the
up.
same thing. I'll leave my owl 99 feet in front of me. And I'll have it look in front of us because it's got 120 feet dark vision, so it can see quite far into the chambers and into the corridors and hallways and stuff. So
Yep.
I guess step number one will be using my owl's perception to see what's going on in front of us and try to make it to the ravine.
All right. Very well.
Okay, so I'm gonna roll a d20 and we have to add +5 to it.
Yep.
Not bad. I'll take it.
Dang, 21. Yeah, so your owl starts to silently glide down. And this is now where you take step after step deeper into the dungeon, committing now to your journey. And that is where you realize very often you stumble upon staircases that just lead you further down. And then every now and again, they're branching smaller rooms that just are adjacent to the hallway you're walking to, and a small hallway leads to them. Most of them are completely empty. There are broken vases, pieces of just dust and rubble that are within them. Doesn't seem to be much of interest for you guys. And as they told you, this place has mostly already been looted, and you would assume that the closest parts have been more heavily looted than probably the innermost. And as you go closer and closer, or well, I should say deeper and deeper, the paths get more intertwining and start to feel more like a maze. And that's when you realize you can very easily get lost inside of these hallways if you're not careful. However, you have your tactics of keeping track of where you're going, and I'm assuming you're still
Yes.
adhering to
absolutely.
those.
Yeah.
And
I would absolutely do that. Yeah.
And doing that, you can very clearly always see if you have already traversed a certain path. And you even get to a section where, as your owl flies in, the roof suddenly expands greatly, and there's a almost like a 3-story complex of like bridges leading to different areas and crossing paths, that you realize there are multiple stories and layers within this one section of the dungeon itself. And you notice that you have to climb upstairs to get to a different layer in order to get to a different section that leads then to a new area, and going down below, while leading to other larger rooms that are dead ends and stuff like that. And during your journey going all the way here, you do at one point stumble upon a large room which is a dead end, but you're confident that you made a lot of progress because you've been keeping tabs on the places you have been, and it seems like you have been progressively descending or not ascending, making sure that you are always going lower, and you just from instinct and how the map is laid out assuming that you have to go deeper to reach your goal. However, as you kind of stumble upon this larger room, you can see that there's like a very old draped carpet that is completely almost turned to dust, and as you touch your feet touch like the side of it, it almost evaporates instantly. It's ancient, and you can see old vases that are broken and cracked, and other kind of stone ornamentations that are just lined up on the wall, but the forms and shapes of these stone sculpts or structures have already decayed to such a point that you can't even recognize what they were supposed to be. Maybe there were stools, chairs, maybe even tables at some point, but you don't really know. But what takes your interest more is a large mural that has been somewhat carved into the wall, and there you can see that the mural is of large dragons and angelic figures that kind of hover over a singular humanoidish man that is in the center, and it has this very weirdly, and you assume, sword pierced through it. The sword is kind of, well, actually just draw it. Why describe it when I can just draw it? It is a circle attached to, let me get this rectangle, so this is what it looks like. This is kind of the main blade, and then attached to that there is a circle, and coming out of the circle, kind of in a reverse cross, are these sections here. And you're assuming that's a sword or whatever it is that pierces through the body. You can see that the chest of this individual and the way it's carved, this is basically the hilt, and here's the guard. This is how it's shaped. That's the shape of the sword. Its arms from this individual is kind of held up by two spears, while its entire chest cavity has been opened up as the sword has been shoved through him, and the upper blade goes out of its mouth up, while the angelic and draconic figures kind of float above it. And there's just this large mural kind of covering here inside of this chamber, and the reason why you can even recognize what's depicted on here is because it's been extremely finely crafted and was able to survive most of the kind of time decay that this stone has suffered, though it was probably made out of a very granite or something, even a stronger stone that kind of made it endure the process of decay. But that is one success.
One thing, we don't really know what Meldor looks like.
Yeah.
Or what size they are, or race, or...
Could we assume that this is Meldor? Or a depiction of Meldor?
Possibly.
We don't know exactly, right?
It's just something to remember, and I don't know, maybe there's other murals through.
Yep. Yep.
Met learn the story as we travel, yes.
Yeah. If we start seeing the same creature, then there we go. But
and it doesn't mean that it is necessarily Meldor, but we know that this was a city, so it could precede Meldor as well. It could be from those humanoids that are in the walls, and this is something that they may have seen happen or have talked about or something. This may be a part of history that we don't know.
Yeah.
Or that is being hidden for a reason or another.
Do we recognize the dragons or angels in any way?
You can make a history check.
Guidance.
Ooh.
Oh, it's not gonna help much, but hey.
No.
I thought of it. I mean, yeah.
None of them spark any particular memory of yours and or significant dragon that you have heard tales of or stuff, or all of them don't seem to have any kind of signature identifier that will make you think, oh, it's this dragon I heard of. Right. Like Alitora, he was like a woodland dragon, but they all seem to be very standard dragon depicted. and the angelic beings similar. Though actually, the one thing I do say as you're looking at it, the angels depicted here seem to be very different from how the Holy Religions depict angels. And the only reason why you're assuming the angels is because they have wings, they have somewhat humanoidish bodies, but they are very... all of them don't have heads. They have instead like abstract geometric shapes there instead. And some of them even have forearms, and some of them have just like what seems to be like elements as their head, like a ball of fire or a ball of what seems to be maybe water or something like that. So very different from kind of the holy, pristine, and elegant figures which the Holy Religions likes to showcase.
Reminds me of a picture I saw in campaign 1.
Mm-hmm.
That I never showed you guys. Right. Onward. So I have an idea for the next one. I want to use investigation, but I want to have Glamour's help because A, he can see in the dark. B, he's from the underground, so he knows underground
Structures.
travel ways pretty well. So I'm going to have him kind of scout, and then I'm going to use like a piece of parchment to kind of keep track of levels, directions, kind of make a basic 3D map of where we're traveling so we don't backtrack.
All right, very nice. Which skill do you want to use?
Investigate.
Okay.
Investigation?
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yep, that definitely makes sense. Yeah, with advantage since Glamour is helping you.
Oh, Jesus.
Wow.
Rolled a 5 and a 3.
5 and a 3, that is definitely not very good. Yeah, you start to try and map out, and that is when you realize you're trying to map out an entire city and how the infrastructure is working of it in a very incoherent and not logical way how you assume cities and infrastructure is, you know, supposed to be. Like, usually cities are built so you can navigate through them easily. And that's when you recognize and you get a sense, because you are smart, that part of this architecture has specifically been designed to fool and or make it even more difficult for anyone who actually attempts to map it out. It kind of, because it creates a lot of overlapping layers on the same spot, it's like extremely difficult to draw that on a 2D location, and so you have to like kind of try and overlap.
The more layers, the more it's hard to see what actually goes where.
Yeah, and then you're realizing that a lot of the passageways overlap each other, and so making a normal map almost seems to be making you a bit mad. And that is when, as Fiera was trying to lead the group, saying like, no, we have to like go up this region because we just went down this other part, and this will lead us to an opposite room that would probably lead us down. However, as you kind of do that, you just hear a and you all have to make a dexterity saving throw.
Yikes.
Whoa.
Here we go.
Okay.
Bye, Fiera.
Yep. I'll do it for Glamour.
I might join Fiera. Just give me, yeah.
Oh, bye, guys.
Oh wow, Glamour. Yeah, as you hear that, and you like
It's one of my worst stats.
you kind of brace yourselves and wonder what's happening. You look around, and then you just hear this. As you all look up, Eirik, you're the first one to see it, and you step back just a moment as just a rows and rows of spear come going down the entire hallway. And you try to go back and dash back from where you came from, however, not fast enough, at least Israel and Fiera, and you take... Wow! Wow! That's insane. That's impressive. Holy shit.
I'll take it.
Whoa.
We get grazed basically by multiple spears.
I mean, yeah, an ancient trap that hasn't been used in a long time, and you can see some of the sheer spear tips just shatter on impact and don't do much as they all kind of just clatter onto the ground. As yeah, you only take 8 damage, luckily, and Eirik, you take 0 since you were fast enough to go back. However, you can see and hear that all of these chains are attached to chains, and they get slowly pulled back up.
Okay. Ouch. Owie. Owie, owie.
Okay, I'd like to just quickly examine where that trap got triggered to see if I can start taking inventory of like what traps look like.
Yeah, I can make an investigation check. Yes, there is a very inconspicuous pressure plate that you can see is also slowly rising again after Fiera stepped on it. But it's a very long pressure plate that goes the entire hallway length, and it's about maybe like 2 feet wide and then 7 feet long, and then it kind of
It's basically designed for people to walk on it. Like,
Yeah.
there's not really, unless you were actively looking for it, there's no way we could avoid it.
Wonderful traps everywhere. Okay. Magic trap. Well, somebody else want to give it a go? This place is kind of confusing.
Let's see. Just for, I mean, since we're kind of confused right now with so many different paths, I'm gonna activate one of my see invisibility charges, and I want to take a look at the walls and floor and see if there's any sort of, you know, obviously invisible markings or things to look out for that might denote a certain path to take or a way to not go. So I guess I'll do perception or investigation. Perception. I'll take perception with my see invisibility.
I'll give you an advantage on that, so you're using your see invisibility. 25. Easily enough. Yeah, you kind of circumvent the trapped area because you actually also realize if you would have run forward, you would have just met a dead end. So you would have been trapped with these spears either way, so you have to just kind of return and then circle around to try and find a different route. Now that's where you then start to notice on different areas there are small markings on the wall that are written. Do you understand Thieves' Cat?
No.
Well, but with your time spent with Arya, she probably taught you like a little bit that you just recognize it's Thieves' Cant. That has been written with some invisible medium that you're now able to see. You're not quite sure if the Artisan legions did that to navigate themselves and, you know, try to prevent any kind of tomb raiders to find their way, or if actual tomb raiders who came here even before the Artisans came here used this to navigate through the dungeon. You're not quite clear where the origins of these is, but there are small markings that seem to be leading in specific directions, and you can always see that on several corners that they're there, and going down them seem to be leading you in a safe direction, even though you can't you know, recognize what they say. But it seems like just trusting them alone is doing you a great favor, and you seem to have been avoiding danger for a long time. I would say at this point you have already been traveling for about a good 4 hours now of just going through the interiors of the dungeon, until you suddenly all feel a very strong gust of wind coming from the hallway you're walking down, assuming that there's a larger space allowing such currents to exist. And indeed, even the air starts to shift a bit, and this very dusty and musty scent of the dungeon itself kind of gives way to a more fresher and somewhat damp humidity within the air that you immediately recognize and realize. And as you do so, you step out and you can see that the ground cracks and the floor breaks, and then it's the kind of somewhat slimmer hallways turn into a more expansive, larger cavern, where you can see that part of the natural terrain then merges with the hallway that you're walking out of, but then also cliffs over into what seems to be a very, very steep ravine. And it doesn't take long for you to also see the kind of tip of the bridge that seems to be kind of crossing over, and seems to be rather large, since you only have 60 feet dark vision and you can't see the other side of the ravine itself.
I'll flip into my owl eyes to see how large the ravine is. Trying to estimate how long it is between point and point for the ravine.
Yeah, make a perception check with your owl.
All right, so that is a plus. Oops, nope, that's a D12. Plus 5 to this.
13.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
Yeah,
not
13.
necessarily difficult to see. As your owl kind of glides through the air, you can see it is quite lengthy. You can see that as it kind of courses through, probably just to the right side, it doesn't scour the wall that it would probably encounter. Instead, gliding further down, you follow the bridge. The bridge only goes about 30 feet wide before it's broken, probably where they kind of crashed it and exploded it, so no one can cross it. And there is a approximately 70 feet gap between where the bridge was destroyed until the second part of the other bridge reappears, and then another 60 feet connection to the bridge that then leads to the other side. So most notably, the closest point between getting from this part of the ravine to the other is the 70-foot gap that is between where the bridge has been destroyed.
I would relay that information to the other two.
Right. We also
Okay.
just don't know the state of the bridges that are still up.
Mm-hmm. Well, we know that this part that we're on is probably structurally not the best because it got smashed. Yeah. And I would assume the same for the second part as well. And it's much longer than this part as well. So I would feel like it's even worse. Because it's hanging in the empty.
Well, this is side first where we want to go next.
I could. Yeah, that would be hard. Though. I could turn into a giant eagle and traverse us all to the other side. But then that would be a wild shape gone.
Yeah. I mean, I've got my boots.
You got your boots.
I have 3 hours of boot flying available.
Can you carry someone when you're flying the boots? Safely?
It doesn't give me any extra strength, so we'd either have to, tether ourselves together with a harness, and I'd probably end up making checks to do it, and...
Yeah.
Okay, that sounds dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't have fly right now. I can't teleport us across. There's no way I'm gonna try roping across.
My elven my elven steps are not the most. It would only take me about halfway, a little under halfway, and then I'd be in the open and in the nothingness and just fall down.
Yeah.
So that's also out of the.
I mean, you might just have to burn the wild shape to get.
I can always burn a lower spell as well to just,
If it's not a big resource, I think it's fine.
Yeah.
That's probably the safest way across is
Mm.
if you can turn into a bird.
Yeah,
big bird.
I can turn into a giant eagle and transport you safely to the other side. Yourself and Glamour to the other side. I think that will be the safest way. If we can stay off the ground so that we don't trigger any of those little crawly things.
Yeah, I'm just making sure if we do end up, let's say they fall from the ceiling or something like that.
Yeah.
You'll be comfortable avoiding them, I assume?
Yeah. I will feel much more confident trying to avoid something as a bird with flying abilities than being myself trying to
That's
do
true.
something else,
Okay.
because birds are much more agile than I am. So.
Right. I think if we do encounter them, if they are, I'm gonna hope they're territorial, but I think we try to run rather than kill every last one of them.
Yes.
So we just need to make sure we stick together.
Unless we see Big Guy, because then if we do see Big Guy, we could take him out or it out to prevent them from trying to get to us, but also not looking for a fight,
Okay. Well, that's
All right.
That's fine with me.
Okay then, and I'll just Bloop. Bird.
Alright, turns into a giant burb.
Yes, giant eagle.
Okay. And the others, you kind of just see a. What does your eagle look like? I don't think we've seen it before.
We have seen it before. I tried to
Fly away, yeah, right.
fly away, and then I got caught, and yeah, it was stupid, and everything went to shit. So we have seen my eagle. It's my first time turning into an eagle since that. So Iserel is definitely apprehensive a little bit right now, but she believes.
Okay. Easy enough. On her large feathery form, you climb. It is still an encumbering venture for you, Iserel. Still a bird.
Yes.
They are
Yes.
hollow bone, not meant to carry large. But you, since Fiera is quite light, well, Eirik has some heavy armor on, so it does kind of weigh down on you.
I've got my boots.
Oh yeah, okay, so you're not riding on her. You just
No.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
Just use my boots.
Yeah, then no problem. Fiera is lightweight. That is no problem. She's like basically perfect prey.
I got a Fiera and a cat on me.
Yeah,
Basically.
it's like
Yeah.
yes. This reminds me of the trips you can do in Zuna and Nia. Well, used to do. They probably don't have the high eagles anymore.
Yeah, never doing that again, but
Well, you're doing that right now. Hip hip. And then you fly.
Screech. Caw.
Okay. Do you actually do that?
No, I don't.
Okay.
No.
That'd be funny.
I'm trying to be quiet-ish,
Stealth eagle.
Not,
Okay. Yeah, then make a stealth check, and you too, Eirik, as you kind of trying to slowly. And if there's anything else you would like to do while you're crossing, you can also tell me that. Since, you are aware of things in this ravine.
Yeah, I'm gonna look at the. So as we leave our side of the ravine, as we're flying, I'm gonna turn around and look at that side of the wall. It's the side that we couldn't see from where we were standing, so I'm gonna see what it looks like as we begin crossing the ravine. Are there torchlights? Are there, any sort of openings or anything that we see there?
Yeah, make a perception check.
Do you need light, Israel, or can I turn the drift globe off for the flight at least?
Hold on. I do need the light. Yes, I do not have dark vision.
So I'll kind of keep it in my hand. I'm gonna use it more as like a cover it, so it's more like a lantern shooting forward rather than light everywhere like a beacon in the sky. So I'll just, put some cloth around it, like a little hole in the front, so we have like a spotlight.
Yeah.
I'm keeping my intelligence and wisdom, right? When I'm in.
Exactly.
Okay.
You should,
So,
yeah.
okay, I'm gonna roll a dex. Oh shoot! Wait. Yeah, because my dexterity. Okay, we have to add +3 to whatever I'm gonna roll for my stealth. I'm not stealthy at all.
Oh no!
Oh brother, that is no bueno. Okay, well, this is what happens. A natural 1 and a natural 20. Amazing. You see, well, first of all, Eirik, you don't see much as you're kind of crossing, since just because it's so expansive, you just see black, and you have to get at least within 60 feet to be able to see something. However, as you kind of flying through, and you see what's it called? Israel, Jesus Christ, I got stuck there. It's a large eagle, and eagles aren't really meant to be stealthy. They're very aggressive birds, and a big wingspan produces a lot of airflow through the air, and so these big flaps do make quite a loud sound, especially in an enclosed space. It echoes a bit. It makes you a bit paranoid. So you kind of look down as you're now passing through the kind of the bridge, and you're above it. And as you're kind of gliding over it, you can see with the reflection of the light that gets produced with Fiera's drift globe, that there are a lot of speckles of light on the side and underneath the bridge as you're kind of flying past it. And as you're getting closer, you can also see now, starting where the ravine face is, on the walls, you realize are going down probably 20, 40, 50. You realize hundreds, the entire low wall of this ravine. You just see these spectacles of light, until you see they all shift at the exact same time as they come into focus of this glowing light that they've just perceived. And you notice all of these spectacles of light are eyes just floating up in the sky. And as soon as you realize that, immediately afterwards, you can just hear this weird oh my god, how can I even describe it? Like cretinous sound that then moves in unison, in addition to as then suddenly a volley of hundreds of tiny spikes get shot up into the air, targeting whatever light source is there. And well, I have to bring you to the battle map, as they definitely are going to attack you. And you can roll initiative for that. That natural one, unfortunately, is gonna trigger these little critters.
Never been team stealth since the beginning.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Never been on our resume.
So you are like about 30 feet up in the air. You're at the very top. There's the bridge and there's the ravine. You still don't know where the entrance is. So So you can first roll initiative. But because of the natural 20 from Eirik, wow, you don't get surprised. Here's a turn order. Luckily, it keeps everything. Oh. And there's a special new rule here because there are a shit ton of these dudettes. I will not make individual attack rolls for each and every single one of them. Instead, I will use the new Dungeon Master's mob rules. So they are considered mobs because they are in groups of larger than, well, 4.
A lot.
So the way this works, and it actually makes mobs a little bit more dangerous, is instead of rolling for every single creature within a mob, instead I just take their attack bonus subtracted from your guys' AC, and that number just determines how many of them will hit you, and I will just take the average of their damage and multiply it of how many would hit you. So you just always take the average of the probability of how many would hit you. So you will always take damage from a mob if they are close enough, is basically what I'm telling you, making them even more dangerous. Same way is they don't have to all necessarily be immediately next to you. We're just moving them as a mob, which means all of them can't technically attack you at the same time. That's just how this works. Just makes it a lot easier. So I don't have to roll 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18 attacks. That would take a long time. Understood?
But higher AC is still better than
Yes.
if you're...
Because the way it works is the higher your number is, or which is basically the number they have to roll to hit you, the less of them will hit you every round. That's it. And the other thing that's also important is I'm not keeping count of everyone's singular HP. Well, actually, yeah, if you do a certain amount of damage, one of them just immediately dies. That's how it works. So it's enough damage to kill them, but if you don't do enough damage, then they just all basically survive. So that's actually that's normal. That's not much difference. Okay, that's 6. So starting off is Fiera. You are on the eagle. You are about 30 feet up in the air. What do you do?
Yeah, no, I'm moving. I can do. The goal's to cross the bridge, I assume. Or if we want to get to our goal, we have to go all the way to the bottom of the map.
Yes, you are coming from the top, and you have to go all the way to the bottom. It seems like.
Okay, so how can I protect us from loads of stuff? I could take them out. And the bridge below us is intact.
It seems to be intact, yes.
And then connected at these... I guess, what are those?
Yeah.
Like connection points, or?
Yeah, so those seem to be like large supporting pillars that kind of lead down and arch into the sections prior. So it's like an arch bridge underneath that supports the main structure.
And they seem to be crawling, not flying or floating or spinning web to web.
No, they seem to be... They look like large ants, the size of, well, like a miniature horse. They have like extremely long, sharp legs, and also a spiked tail, which they can detach their stingers from that are shooting at you currently.
Okay. Okay, don't want to do nothing. If I dodge, does that help against the group attack?
Yes, it does, because they have disadvantage, which will highly increase the number they would usually need to hit, and highly decrease the number of them that would hit you.
Okay, goals just to cross. Oh. If I have a spell, we could just do this in one turn. I do. If I lose concentration, we all die though. Risky. Azrael is next, so yeah, I'll do the Time mage thing. That's what I'm here for. Yeah, I'll start just incanting a spell, and as I do, from Azrael's point of view, everything slows down as you get hasted.
Oh shoot.
That seems like the smart thing to do.
Okay.
I'm concentrated, so this is pray. I hold that. Yeah, you get a bonus to your AC. Your movement's doubled, and then you also get the extra action, which you can use to dash or attack. You can't use it to dodge. You
Yeah.
can't.
So we're in a bit of a conundrum. I'm next, right?
Yep. I'll end my turn. So.
Okay. I'm gonna look at Eirik, who got frozen.
Yep. He's.
Yep.
He's focused. He's
Very, very. Oh, there
Oh,
he
there
is.
he is.
There he is. He's back. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna look at Eirik. I'm gonna look at the end of the bridge. I'm gonna look at Eirik. And I'm gonna start flying. I'm gonna swoop and try to attack this on my way.
Oh, you're right now 30 feet up in the air, so you would have to
Yeah.
go down. All right.
Yeah, so I would go down 30 feet, swoop back up
Okay.
to attack. So it's a double attack because I have multi-attack. So this is the first one.
All right. 24 definitely hits. 5 piercing damage.
Uh-huh.
All right. It
And then-
still lives.
Oh, there we go.
Well, 12, 17. Well, kill one of them. As it just gets. Oops, it was the very one I. Oh no, it wasn't. Yeah, that's dead.
Now you took the one in the back.
Yeah.
Good.
Okay, good.
Okay. So that was my regular movement plus my attack. And then I'll use my. So I have double movement, right? When I'm hasted?
Yep.
You have twice the amount of flying speed.
So that was my regular flying speed that I just used.
Don't you have more? Don't you have like 60 flying speed?
Yeah, I have 60, so I did 30, 30.
Okay, oh, you're flying back up. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm flying back up.
Okay, well, the one will get an attack of opportunity on you, which it will definitely use. And that won't work normally. There's no complication there. And he will try and stab you. It was a 22. He surprisingly hits.
Yeah.
And deal 6
yep.
piercing damage.
Okay. Oh. This here, sorry. So that would be this here. Alright, sorry. Just have to keep track of my health here. Alright. And now yeah, I'm gonna take up to here. And myself for
Oh,
Under
okay.
here.
But,
yeah, you have to follow me because you're on me.
Yep. Fun ride on a hasted eagle.
Mm-hmm.
It's like a roller coaster, literally.
Yeah. And then I have one more thing I can do, right?
Yeah.
You have a hasted action, so you can.
Yeah. So could I?
Attack. But
I'm not sure. Can I? Can I prepare that action?
Yeah, I don't see why not.
Or else I would have used my hasted action to attack and then just use my regular action to hold an attack. If anything comes around us, I'll just attack again.
Sure, yeah. I mean, yeah, it's an action.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can prepare it if you want to do that.
Yeah, I would have descended as I flew to be about 10 feet up the ground so that I can be within range if something was to attack. I'm taking a defensive stance, and I'm definitely putting like Fiera towards. I'm facing the things and keeping Fiera in the back, like where I know she's safe.
Okay. So how high are you putting yourself?
About 10 feet off
Okay,
the
10
ground.
feet off the
of
ground.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Then does that end your turn?
Yes.
It comes to the chasm crawlers, aka Kruthiks. The three up there are gonna attempt to attack Eirik, and so, but you're 30 feet up in the air, which means they get disadvantage. And because you have a super high DC, let me get my handy book over here, see how many of them hit. Probably not so many. Yeah, 0 of them hit you because you have a too much of a high AC. They have disadvantage and they can't just reach you, and so they keep shooting, and only your armor gets hit by some of the stingers, but nothing else. However, you can see from the other side, crawling up, joining this joining this hive or mob, join another set of 4, and they kind of coalesce into one mob. By the way, each color corresponds to one cohesive mob. That's how that works. But they have to take their action and movement to even get to this point, so they won't do anything and just stand there. However, you, Icewear, have definitely invoked and provoked these, so this mob will walk all the way here and they will attack you. What's the AC of the eagle?
Giant eagle.
Let's do
16.
Okay, 16. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 of them. So only 2 of them manage to hit you. So you take a total of 10 damage as this volley of different spikes. However, your eagle form is still nimble, and as you're defending, you try to dodge all of them. However, some of them manage to strike and pierce through your feathers. But that's about it. And then...
And they would be within range for me to attack?
No, they're on the floor. They can't fly.
They are on the floor. Okay.
Yeah, they aren't able to fly. And this group will kind of co-join with the large one. And then they as well will make the attack. So same thing. Still have normal attack, however UAC 16. And 2 of them will attack you, so you will take another 10 damage. And that's it for their go, which will take us to the Hive Lord, who you do not see, and will continue not to see, which will take us now to Eirik's turn.
Okay, I am just going to take my...
Double dash out the...
That's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go 25 feet and then use the action to catch up to my friends. Just soaring over top of all of them.
Okay. Is that the end of your turn?
Yeah, there's nothing else to do. Yeah, I'm just fine.
Okay, then Fiera, it is your turn.
Yeah, that's a lot of stuff. Oh, save resources, use resources, let's see where we're at. Can't kill 100 of them with a cantrip. I'm just down on the hope Iric's okay. I'm just gonna dodge, and I'll poof my glamour. I don't want to have to summon him again. So,
Okay. Then that would.
yeah, hold on tight, and I'm ready to, roll if anything comes toward me.
Yeah. Take us to the giant eagle.
Yep. I'm gonna go 20 feet up to go back up 30 feet, and then I'll use all of the rest of my movement, so 100 feet to... So I'm just gonna have to do this. Do this. Where's... Okay. Right here. Here. Boop. So, Fiera, please join me.
Whew, that looks like a lot better spot.
And before I end my turn, so that was my movement and my. So I have a hasted mood thing. Yeah, I'm just gonna use my action to breathe or whatever. I don't know. Wait, I'm wild shaped. Wait. Wait. There's something I can do while I'm wild shaped. Hold on. Where is it? Where is it? Yes, I can. Okay, yeah. You see, Fiera, the eagle you're on, kind of glow as I cast Cure Wounds on myself.
Okay.
Nice. Healing 17.
Because I had 1 hit point left. It was about to be bad. It was about to be very bad.
Alright, that ends your turn. Bring us to these. I'll pack them all together as they now kind of swarm around Eirik. However, Eirik, you are still 30 feet up, am I correct? So the pink ones will continue to attack you, however the green ones will try to follow Icewell. And I think the orange ones would probably do the same. Yeah, they would do the same. They would also try and continue to, they will use the action to dash, so they would get around here. So instead of disadvantage attacks on you, Eirik, once again, since you're kind of far away out of their reach, this time it's 8. And your AC is 14, so only one of them hits you, so you take 5 piercing
My
damage.
AC is 19.
Minus the 5, which is their attack bonus.
Okay.
I'm sorry, I'm talking
gotcha.
instead of my head.
Sorry.
Yeah, no problem. You take 5 piercing damage from one of them, as one of them now with the multitude of attacks gets there. And I would say only 4 of the ones are able to kind of reach you, Icewell. And that's 11 with disadvantage. One of them hits you, so you only take 5 damage as well. And as soon as that is happening, Eirik, you can hear more sounds and crawling coming from the edge of the ravine as another hive or mob of them kind of climbs over the top and reveals themselves up north. Ending their turn, ending its turn, taking us now to Eirik. What do you do?
Yeah, okay, let me just check something here. Okay. I'm going to... I'm going to swoop down... Ooh, what was the range here? I'm going to swoop down in front, just over top of these guys, and in that... Whoops. Linger. In this cone right there, I'm going to cast Dragon's Breath. So I'm going to touch my... as I'm flying down, I'm going to touch my throat, and I'm going to activate the Fire Dragon's Breath.
Nice.
And cause the cone, 15-foot cone out to all those creatures.
All right.
That is a dexterity saving throw.
All right. That is a... Okay, but you would have to descend to kind of hit them all, obviously, since it's only a 50.
Yeah.
All right. A 15-foot cone. Okay, so... yeah, we'll basically hit all of them. Just roll damage. Wow.
Yikes.
But an additional damage because of your known potency. Well, actually, 3d6, 89, that's average. It's actually not that bad.
1d6. Oh, why is that still open? No, not that. D6.
Wow, 15. So you managed to basically kill everyone inside of that cone with 15 damage as they get incinerated. And just for simplicity, I'll say you wipe out the entire hive because one of them won't be much help by itself anyways as you incinerate them. Oops, I
It
also...
just scatters away.
Yeah. However, I have to add them back to the initiative because the one that had it got deleted. Alright, anything else you would like to do?
That was my flight down 30 feet, or 25 feet down, hovering in front of them. And then I'm going to turn around, look to see if there's anything coming. I see where they are. Not gonna Misty Step because I want to save that. Yeah, I'm just gonna stay there. I'm gonna just make sure nothing else comes after me.
Okay. Then that will take us to Fiera.
Yeah. Gotta show SIE Sound. How big are these? They feel like a 5-foot square. Are they like, bear size, dog size?
They're,
You said miniature horse?
yeah, pony size.
Okay. Nothing else to do. I'm just gonna test out a spell, see how they react. I'll point at one of the closest ones, like this one or something. And use Sapping Sting for a con save.
Alright, Constitution save coming right up.
Yeah, just see how magic works.
Wow, 20.
So it resists.
Yep.
They are quite resistant to that kind of magic. I love this. Yeah, I'll just make a note and that's it.
Alright, that will take us then to the giant eagle's turn once again.
Giant eagle sees something very interesting, so it goes a little bit like here to make sure it sees. Okay, it doesn't see what it wanted to see. It thought it saw something, but it was a pillar. So instead, it's just gonna keep going. And off the map I go.
Well, no, that's the wall of the other side of the
this-
ravine.
Okay.
And you crash.
Yeah, that's the
Okay.
edge of the wall. I should have said that actually. Apologize.
So we have to find the exit.
Yes, you have not found the exit yet.
Okay. Yeah, so
Okay.
you can use your haste
So-
movement to dash too if you need to.
Yeah, I'm gonna go this way a little bit more. Around here.
Oh, I see what you saw.
Oh, come on, here.
Could be on this side. That's like building rubble.
Yeah. I have like 20 feet left, so I'm just gonna keep going a little bit closer here. Alright. That's about as much as I will do.
You
Okay.
could dash.
Hmm?
You could dash with the haste movement and go another 120.
Holy shit, I can.
Mm.
Wait for me.
Yeah, I'm
We're
flying.
jetting just everywhere.
I'm basically doing recon while you're trying to take care of these things. So yeah,
But wait, with your passive perception, you would see that on the bottom right corner, that rubble there seems to be large boulders, different from the rest of the terrain. Seems to have been fallen down, and that looks like that's probably the cave-in.
okay. We found the cave-in.
Oh, that's what this is. Okay.
Yeah.
So we have to deal with that to leave.
Yes. And we need Irek to deal with that.
Or something.
Yeah. I'm still gonna use, because I can fly stupid fast, so I'm just gonna. Oh. Whoops! Wrong one. Is this still? Yes. Okay. Zoop. Here. Zoop. Here. Sorry, I'm hauling you all over the place.
Fine.
All right. Okay. And then. Yeah. Okay. 'Cause I want Irek to be able to see us.
Okay. So then you'll turn.
And I'm basically trying to catch Irek's attention with my flying style. You know, like trying to.
All right.
Catch him.
Yeah.
Catch his attention, yeah.
I'll keep track of haste turns because it's only 10 turns. We're at 2 right now.
Yeah. Okay. How far up are you again? 30, right? Or 40?
Yes. Um. 30. Yeah, no, because I went down to 10 and then I flew up 20 more, so I'm 30 feet above ground.
All right. Then it will take us to these guys' turn. These, actually, this is in the wrong hive. They will all still charge after you. They can definitely make it towards you. Actually, I will move them a little bit to the side. The green ones will do the exact same. 30 feet is right here. And so that is a mob of, wow,
many?
16. So, but they have disadvantage. That's hello. So you get attacked by 4 of them, which means you take a total damage of 20.
We plummet down as Isorel comes back.
God damn, so you come falling down. That's 1d4, 1d6, 2d6 bludgeoning damage since it's 20 feet up, unless you have anything you can do. Still not? Okay.
Nope, I have
Sorry, I was on
absolutely
mute.
nothing that can stop us.
I will take one of the feathers that came from her form and cast Featherfall.
Alright, so just as you transform, Iswell just getting pierced and impaled by these tiny, well, they're not actually that tiny, they're like a forearm length of sharp needles that come flying your way and just kind of tear you to shreds. Where's Fiera actually?
Under
Right
me.
We're right under her.
Okay, yeah.
We're on top of each other, basically. Yeah, I'm just gonna put myself like beside her.
Yeah.
And we know that. Yeah.
Yeah, and that does that. However, there's another hide that's right here that's gonna come your way.
Holy poop.
So I will say, get splitsies. Half of them are gonna attack you, Fiera. Half of them are gonna attack you, Iswell. Unfortunately for you, they have pack tactics, and now that you are in close proximity, it actually works, so they get advantage on all their attacks. And for that very reason, 4, that is 3 attack you, Iswell, and manage to hit you, so you take 18 piercing damage as they start scraping onto you. And Fiera, also 3 will be able to hit you, so you also take 18 piercing damage. And as if that hasn't been enough, you can see, and Eirik, you can definitely see, crawling out from the other side, another mob starts appearing out from there, and they come swarming out. And not only there, but you can also see behind you, crawling up from the bridge from the other side. They are coming from all places. The hundreds of eyes that you've seen are now starting to crawl up on top to try and get their feast. That ends their turn. And that's where we're going to take our quick break.
Oh.
So you can decide and
Nice.
plan what you guys want to do as you're being swarmed by this mob. So, stay tuned. We're gonna see you guys in a sec. Bye. And we're back, and taking us immediately to you, Eirik. You're muted, by the way.
Correct. I was testing you.
Aha.
Okay, let me see here. Line measure. Okay, and then I do this. What if I... No, that's not good. That's not great. Oh my god. Okay. Wow, that's gonna be tough. Alright. I am going to fly forward to here, and I'm going to Dragon's Breath again. 1 minute. Hang on. Did I not read that properly? Until the spell ends, you can magic action to exhale 15-foot cone. Yeah, okay, so magic action. I'm going to hit them. Oh, you're not seeing that. Sorry. Right there, I'm going to use Dragon's Breath fire again on that cone. Now, if we zoom in,
We enhance.
the one at the very bottom of the cone is touching. I can see that. But the one
I
immediately
don't see
to
the
my
cone.
right. Oh, you don't see a cone?
I see it. No worries.
Oh, okay. Oh, there it is.
The one immediately to my right.
Yeah.
I don't know if the screen resolution isn't picking up. I think it's touching.
It doesn't.
It
There is
doesn't.
sliver.
Yeah, there's a pixel
There's a
apart.
sliver.
There
There's
is
a
damn it.
sliver.
a pixel
Hang
apart.
on. What if does this change anything?
However, in cases like these, there's also a rule for mobs because I moved them haphazardly and they're like, not really always next to each other. So it's transformative, and as such, I will allow they're somewhat clumped together. So you will always get at least 2, and you can roll 1 d4, and that's how many more you target inside of your cone. So
Okay.
you have a minimum of 3,
Generous.
but you can get at least 3 and a maximum of 6 even.
Great, I like that. So I'll go in that cone. D4.
Wow, so 5. You target 5. So just roll your Dragon's Breath again.
That's better.
That's 13 in damage. Your special DC is 18, right?
That is correct.
Okay, and that's a dex save, right?
That is also correct.
And it's 5. So 2 of them succeed on their save. However, 3 don't. However, none of them die. That's 14, unfortunately. It's just
The
one.
ones who succeed still take half damage, though. I don't know if
Yes, exactly. Yeah, they still do take half damage, but unfortunately, none of them get burned to a crisp. As you said, there is exhale of fire. You can see that it's kind of scattered around. However, their kind of quickness armor that surrounds them kind of repels
Oh.
a bit
I'm
of.
not in the turn order anymore.
Oh yeah, true. What did you have again?
16.
Good, keeping out there.
Yep. Oh,
Oop, I did the wrong one. 16.
yes.
Anything else you want to do, Eirik?
Since they didn't die, I'm going to use my bonus action Misty Step 30 feet up from where I am.
Okay. Yep, you can do that.
So I'll just write that down, and that's it.
All right. Then that will take us to Fiera's turn. What's the goal?
Yeah, I had a plan until I realized that's a concentration spell, and I can't do 2 concentration spells. That's bad. Don't really have a plan B. He burns some of them. Less is better, but there's 100, so what's the point? I could try to disengage in front. Boy, rough situation.
Oh man, I'm trying so hard to stay good and only talk on my turn.
I can dodge. I can't teleport. Yeah, they have pack tactics, so I can kind of counter that. Where we landed, is that kind of higher up? Is that how it kind of works?
Yeah, the terrain shifts a bit, but it's like not super much. It kind of goes to an incline and it goes down into the just sheer face of the ravine.
Lovely. I don't have a good toughness situation, so I hope either girl does, or Eric. So I'm just gonna dodge. and stay put.
All right. Israel.
Yep. Okay.
And you are still hasted, even in Israel.
Want to read up on something. Yeah, I can't do that because I would have done that. Shoot. That is poop. I'm gonna first yell to Eirik and motion with my hands. That way! And point him towards the bottom left corner of the map so that he knows we have to go that way. And then I'm gonna yell out to Fiera. It's gonna be Rocky! And as I turn back into an eagle and grab her with my talons and fly away.
Oh, nice. All right, you will get a whole bunch of opportunity attacks.
Yeah, I know. I know. I'm gonna try to go straight up 60 feet if I can.
Okay. It's a bit difficult to calculate that. I would say they have advantage. You know what? I will manually roll for that, actually. You know what? That makes it a little bit more fair. Otherwise, you would just lose your eagle form instantly. I would say in close proximity are 4, so you get 4 attacks of opportunities on you. All of them have advantage because of their pack tactics.
I guess one question. To be shape, what economy is that?
What do you mean?
Like, is it bonus action or an action?
To me, it's a bonus action.
Okay, so you might be able to use either your action to disengage or your hasted action to disengage.
Yeah, you could do that.
Probably the hasted action is what I would use.
I would hasted action disengage. Yeah.
All right.
Absolutely.
Then
Absolutely. Yeah.
no attacks opportunity there.
Okay, and then it's gonna sound stupid, but I will use my action to try and help Sierra up on my back with my talon. It's gonna be difficult, but you know, I'll try to help her get back up so that she's not just dangling in the air.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, okay, yeah, because otherwise she would get the attack opportunity. So yeah, make just a straight dex check.
Eagle. Dex. All right, so I have +3 to dex. There we go. Ooh, it's not my best.
Ooh, 7. You try to, but you're you're crowded by these insects. They're screaming and crawling at you, trying to bite and pierce you. And so, you know, otherwise you would have to push Fiera inside. So unfortunately, you can't do that. You can still pick up with your talents, however, and risk that she takes attack of opportunities from them as you leave their range. You won't get any, but she can still. But she has a dodge action. So they would have, it would be a straight roll, no disadvantage, and
Also
no advantage.
shield, Carl shift.
I have to try. I have to get you out of there as quick as possible. Yeah, I'm gonna pick her by the collar and just whoop. Let's go up.
Okay, then as I said, 4, and the attack of opportunities I will just do straight on here, so you can use shield actually.
What? 2.
That's 8.
Oh, you're gonna do them as attacks. Okay.
Yeah, that will do them as attacks.
Okay.
8 is good.
19 will hit you.
Yeah, I think boy. I want to roll for concentration or nope. Okay, shield.
Okay.
Reaches on.
Stabs against that. 2 more. 18 also misses with shield. And a 15 also misses with shield. Arcane Barrier keeping you safe, repelling all of their attempts to try and pierce at you. So Ice Fairy managed to fly up in the sky,
Yep.
holding Fiera down below.
We are 60 feet above the ground right now. And I
Alright.
still have, because I'm hasted, I still have 60 feet of flying movement.
Yeah.
So I will try to get the frick away from here. And basically, yeah, okay, yeah, I'm basically going back to the little corner.
All right.
I can move a little bit more. There we go. Oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, Fiera, if you want to join me.
Okay.
Prefer to be okay.
Yep,
Yes.
yep. And you're dangling in the air currently. Very sorry about that, but I had to get you out. And that's all. That's all I can do. That's it.
Okay. This large mob is just gonna follow you. One of the mobs is actually able to reach you. However, the other one has to use the action to dash. So they're starting to surround you here. Da-da-da-da. Let's put it that way. Oops. Why are they not aligning? Doesn't matter. Okay, so I will say 4 of them are close enough to hit you. No, you're 60 feet in the air. None of them can hit you. I forgot. Instead, these 8s and these other 8s are gonna surround Eirik now. So that's a total of 16. Oh, did you
30
fly
feet
up?
in the air.
Oh, yeah, okay. Still 16 are gonna, with disadvantage, throw their spikes at you. So with this advantage, that is a 14. So only 2 hit you, so you're gonna take 10 damage from the attacks of 16 hungry.
And I'm gonna make a con save for Dragon's Breath.
Ooh. Do you have advantage?
I don't believe I do. I don't see why I would.
Oh, okay, maybe a warcaster. So unfortunately, Dragon Breath then fades.
No problem.
Okay. And after all of that... Oh, wait, no. These guys are still here, and they will run all the way over here, but they aren't able to attack you yet. Ending that turn, however, you see another group appearing now out from the ravine. Ending that turn, taking us to this dude. He will do his stuff and would now take us to Eirik.
Okay. I am going to fly to this spot right here. And as I'm there, I'm going to pull out my ever smoking bottle
Oh.
and I will pop the cork and cause a 60-foot emanation of thick smoke to appear in that space.
All right. 60 foot. Wouldn't it be this big then?
I imagine it when they say 60-foot emanation, is it like 60-foot
Yeah.
diameter?
No. 60 foot coming from your point, so it's a 60-foot radius.
Oh, brilliant.
Yeah.
So yeah, it'll be double the size then.
All right, then that entire area is now heavily obscured. And you're basically blinded while within that area.
Let me just double check one more thing. I'm going to stay. Yeah, I'm still 30 feet up in that smoke, and stay there and see what happens from now.
Okay, you're just gonna stay there?
Yeah, I don't have anything else. I use my movement to get there, so.
Yep. Then it is Fiera's turn. Up in the sky. However, these things are below your feet.
Yeah, but I did see him shoot spikes. That's good. So yeah, current situation, we need to remove rubble, get through, replace rubble. All hordes on us. Hordes, plural. How do we do that? So these things, I zoomed in a little bit. These things have eyes. Is that right?
Yep, they have eyes.
But they live underground, so they must have really good target vision. Just wondering if they would react to light. I can't kill that many, and removing rubble would be rough, because I think pulse wave is pretty limited. And that would bring the rubble toward us, so that'd be not great anyways. Okay, daylight then, I think so. Let's look up the range on daylight. 60 foot, is that radius? It's gigantic. Okay, yeah, I'm just gonna start experimenting to try to get some space here, so I don't have to use gigantic spells. I have the drift goal in my hand. I've been holding it. That's the only way across the ravine. I will say the word Tageslicht.
Yes.
And wait, because it's from the drift globe, not me. Yeah, I can't end concentration. But it's through the drift globe, which I don't think takes concentration.
Does it
It's
say?
not a concentration spell, so never mind.
Yeah, I was like,
Yeah, I don't want to kill Irish now. Yes, I say it, yes. And let it glow daylight.
okay, daylight is 120, or how much is that?
60, well, I think it's 60 and 60.
Oh, it's daylight for additional 60 feet, yeah, so a total of 160. Okay.
And then the goal of this, I want to see how they react to the light.
Alright, so you cast this immensity of bright light that illuminates basically almost the entire area. And as that happens, you can see many of them kind of like scour and screech and kind of close the eyes for a bit, but then you can see that they kind of go low to the ground and just start tapping their legs onto the ground and start making very loud clicking noises. You can make a nature check.
I'm trained in nature, so that's good. 18.
18, yeah, they seem to be like somewhat spooked by the light, but not a lot, and they show behavior that they seem to be trying to sense for the prey through the ground. So they have some sort of tremor sense or something like that. And so while you're suspended in there and the white light is there, they probably won't be able to see you or do anything.
I wonder if they react to sound, because sound is also vibrations. So I'm just gonna lean over in Izrael's ear and just say, be quiet if you can. I don't think they can see that we're here right now.
The other thing was I-18 is pretty high. they also have quite large nostrils on them, and they also seem to be this like going to the ground and going around. And it seems like their sense of smell also seems to be quite potent. But they more heavily rely on their tremor sense, it seems like. And the clicking noises.
Smell it. Okay.
Anything else you would like to?
That's my action. Don't have anything to share. No, that'll be it. I'll just hang on to her back.
Okay. And that should take us to Isorel.
Muted.
I was thinking, what do I do? I have a cantrip that I can do as I'm an eagle, and it has 60 feet reach, so I can definitely reach those little thingies. So basically, I'm just gonna start picking at those things. So with my action, I'm going to shoot a starry wisp at this little guy here.
All right.
Here we go. I terribly miss.
Holy shit. It just completely whips, flies away.
Inspiration or anything?
No, I don't. I know.
Glitters off.
I know. However, with my hasted action, I will try again.
All right.
I don't think we can do cantrips with H.
Can't you?
I don't think.
I believe a 29 hits this time.
It does, but I will wait to see if you can actually do that with haste.
It's an action.
Yeah, it just says action.
If it
Right?
just says action,
Only
then
the attack action. Or the dash, disengage, hide,
But
utilize.
it's an attack, right? It's a magical attack, but it's an attack
spell.
action. Yeah.
yeah, I think cantrips still count under that
Right?
category. Well, like it'd be crazy if you couldn't.
I'm asking like
Yeah, I allow it.
because if we're allowed to do a bonus action heal and then an action spell cantrip, I don't see why but a hasted action couldn't be a cantrip
Yeah.
again. You know, that's my personal.
Is that the wording of the 2024 haste? Did they change haste in any way, shape, or form?
How do I know that 2024 is?
If it's written legacy, it's the old one, and if it's not legacy, it's the new one.
This is the 2024. Also.
Okay, yeah, here it is. On attack only, dash engage, take on dash.
Because I believe the way they say like the one attack only is because, for example, bards and some of the fighters have multi-attack.
Like 3-4, yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, but they also in the new rules now also specify magic action, and they differentiate
Okay.
magic action from normal. That's why I'm just making sure.
Yeah.
But I will still allow it because it's a goddamn cantrip, okay?
It's a cantrip. It's not like I'm not doing one of my huge spells or something. I'm shooting starry. I'm basically opening my mouth and there's like little stars falling out of my mouth and attacking the damn thing. It's not like the biggest spell.
Mario music starts to play.
Yeah, pretty much.
Cantrip's a pretty fair game.
Yeah, it'd be crazy. And
Yeah.
it's just nice to do. Okay, so yeah, with 17 damage, you do indeed manage to burn one with your starry wisp. It turns into
There
a
we go. That's one less.
bouldering
To worry
wisp.
about.
And still
And
50 more to go.
I'm staying 60 feet up in the air. I'm not moving. I'm just. Yep.
Okay. Then yeah.
Actually, how tall are you, Fiera?
Oh god, I haven't looked at that since session 1.
You're 5 feet something? Five.
Yeah, without my
5.
boots, I'm about 5'6".
Alright, so I'm just gonna.
With my boots, I'm like 5'9".
Yeah, I'm gonna go up 5 feet just so that you're also 60 feet in the air. Because you're dangling. You're not on me, you're dangling. So, yeah, just gonna make sure that you're also protected.
Sure.
Pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, then it's these guys' turn. Now, y'all in the air. You're still 30 feet in the air, right, Eric?
Me, yes, yeah.
But you are obscured by the smoke. So I'll just have them make a perception check, which they have advantage on. But they don't seem to get far with that. So this entire group here is just gonna start kind of coalescing around where they last basically gauged where you were. And this one will also start to kind of go here. However, the big one, and you can now, Eirik, as you kind of in this obscured by the smoke, hear a louder, more voluminous screech that seems to be kind of attending to the smaller, more high-pitched ones. As it seems like a larger entity has kind of arrived on the quote-unquote battlefield. Yeah. And that's the end of their turn. They can't do much more than that.
Okay, so with the ever-smoking bottle, it says each minute the bottle remains open, the size of the emanation increases. But I mean, a turn is only 6 seconds. If I move with the smoke, like with the bottle, does the smoke emanation move with it?
Ooh, that's a good question, man. Ever spoken battle, my last campaign also was.
We're going very technical now.
Let me see. When you say action to move direct out 6 most persons the clouds areas each mental bottom is open and
It says if you close it, it fixes the emanation in place for 10 minutes. But leaving it open, I'm not going to get to a minute for this thing to get bigger. So, like, does it just move as I move?
No, I don't think so. It moves. I think it just stays there. Yeah. Closing about to cause the cloud to become fixed in place until it disperses after minutes.
Okay, that's fine. So I'll close the bottle and I'll fix that smoky area.
Yeah.
The sound of this bigger thing that I have perceived, can I tell what direction it's coming from? Visually on the map, I see it.
Yeah.
But
I'd say yes, but you have a pretty good passive perception and it's very obvious that it's like coming to the right of you.
Okay. So I'll just, knowing that and knowing the direction that I was already traveling, I'm going to just fly movement and action out of the smoke. 50 feet, right outside the edge.
Very nice.
And I'll fly up another, as I'm going to there, I'll fly up another 10 feet in the air, so I'm 40 feet up now.
Okay. Very nice. Then, that ends your turn.
It does.
Takes us to Fiera.
Okay. To try to create the least sound possible, I'm gonna cast message. Guessing I'm dangling right beneath her. She has a talon.
Yep.
I have both of my talents holding you right now.
I'm not gonna try to climb up, even if there is a check. I don't have to do that. Okay. I will cast message to Eirik now that I see him come out of the plume because I don't want to yell. And just say, we have 3 options: easiest to hardest. We hide until they disperse because they can't see us. We get rid of the bigger one that just climbed up. Or we get rid of the rubble while fighting all of them. And that's probably my 6 seconds. But you can respond to message.
Best solution I have is using a rope trick to hide. Otherwise, we're fighting and fighting and fighting and fighting.
Yeah, that'll be my turn. I'll dangle.
Okay, yes. Then that will take us to Isoel.
All right, I'm gonna.
Halfway through haste, by the way. 5 more turns.
All right, I'm gonna come down 5 feet. Use another starry wisp on this little guy right here,
Hmm.
because that's the best I can do.
Definitely will hit.
All right. Then I'll start shooting at this little guy right here with my hasted action.
Yeah. Yes. Pew! Pew!
Yeah. And then I'll go back up 5 feet. Whoop. So basically, Fiera is just going.
I mean, she's doing it anyways because you're flapping. It's like, woof, woof, when
Yeah.
yeah.
Up and down and up and down. Yep, that's the end of my turn there. That's all I'm
Okay.
doing.
On their turn, this large group is going to slowly walk towards you because the only point of contact where they know that you guys are still the large and quite loud beating wings of this eagle that's flying in place. They can definitely tremor sense that, or sense that, but they aren't quite sure where it is, so they kind of will move slowly. Only 30 feet, all slowly walking towards there, as well as the Lord, the leader of this hive, ending their turn, once again taking us to Eirik.
Too fast, too fast, too fast. I wasn't finished looking at all my things yet. What is that? Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I'm outside, I see the thing. Okay. Let me do this. Okay, I'm going to fly. Oh boy. Okay, I'm gonna fly. Oh jeez. Measurements are ridiculous. 25 feet there. Temporarily, as I measure something else. I'm going to. Whoops. The range is fine. Okay, and now I need a circle. I need to measure. Okay, we're gonna cast. Whoops. I'm gonna cast Fireball. Whoop, right, not there. That's Isorel.
Well, she's 60 feet up in the air, so
yeah.
you wouldn't hit her.
Yeah,
Right.
I'm
Good
60
point,
feet,
good
yeah.
point. So Fireball cast right there to the spot that I was just in.
All right. Okay.
Boom.
What that damage? 29. Extra d6 on that.
It should have rolled. I thought I did. Roll.
Okay, giving him a dex save. He's really on one. Okay. So basically, all of the small critters just get incinerated. Even if they would save, they would die anyways. Because that is a total of 30 damage. Man, that's a... I just realized absurdly high fireball.
Yeah, 4, 4, 4, 2, 4, 2, 4, 5.
Holy shit. Yeah, and you hear a very loud screech from the larger creature, but he still seems to be living, I see. And they all kind of start to move and shift in unison as soon as this large tremor gets picked up by all of them. Alright, anything else you would like to do after you see the burning corpses of many of these critters?
I used my movement. That was the action. Misty Step was already used. No, that is it.
Okay, then I will take us to Fiera.
Okay, so Fiera isn't an acrobat. How big is the immovable rod? Is it like, yeah, I guess, is it like, I don't know, a couple feet long?
Yeah, it's about this long.
And would it be hard to sit on?
I can say from experience, a ledge that is that thin with that much at stake is quite difficult. Like, you would have to make a check to do that, yeah.
Guess the talon's as comfy as I'm gonna get. Wait, what am I doing there? Do I have anything to help? I still have to keep pace. I can't do anything with the rumble. Can't go to the ground. I don't want to try to climb and fall. I'll just hang on for dear life. Yep, I'm a wizard dangling, holding on to Hades. That's my job.
Okay. All right, then I will take
I'm
us.
sorry I put you in that situation, but at least you're safe.
Okay, Isorel, your turn.
Yep. I'm gonna do what I do best, and I'm gonna start shooting little stars to little friend over here.
Well, he's in the smoke, so you can't see him.
Oh, I can't see him. Oh shoot. Okay. All right. Well, then in that case, I'm gonna shoot little stars to this one.
All right.
Start picking off these little guys one by one by one. That's the best I can do for now. Did it? Nope, it didn't. Okay. There it is.
Yes, this one will also succumb to it.
Perfect. And then I'll do the same with this one over here. It was almost at 20, then almost at 2, then turned to 18.
Alright.
And with my movement, I'm going to move back a little and slowly start going down. I'm gonna go down about 10 feet.
Alright.
Just a little bit.
Okay.
So, yeah.
So you're like 50 feet up now, right?
Yes. Yes.
Alright.
I'm slowly going down. Like, I'm not going crazy fast down. I'm just slowly but surely.
Yep. Then that ends your turn, taking us back to the bunch of critters who will slowly but surely start to emerge out from it, kind of going all the way here, and the other one's going. You know, I will delete the corpses, otherwise this will get a little bit too full. And I won't be able to see who's alive and who's not. They've been incinerated anyways. That's about 30 feet. Going around here. All of these will also start to peruse their way out. Somewhat like this. Kind of trying to once again sense where everyone is. How far up are you, Eric? You're 60 feet or 50 feet, right? 50
40
or
feet.
40 feet.
40. Yeah.
Okay, then they actually can hit you. Well, with disadvantage. And that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which is. One of them hits you, so you take 5 damage from that. And Fiona, so you can then hear more of them crawling out from the ravine once again, and still more and more and more of them are emerging out. And as said by the other one, seems like a large hive must be nesting somewhere close of here. And the Lord himself deleted. Actually, I will do this, so when I delete them, they don't disappear. Whoop! I will add him to the turn order. He's got a 10. The Lord will also come out. We'll go past his little buddies right over there. And he will also attack you, but he can attack twice, so 2, and I will attack normally for him at you, Eirik, while in the air. He still has disadvantage. Wow, 20. Still hits you.
Fuck.
And the second attack. Wow. 15 doesn't hit.
No.
So you take 7 piercing damage from him as one of his larger spikes comes flying your way, ending their turn. Taking us now to your turn, Eirik.
That attack didn't hurt me as much as I thought it would when I saw him appear. Okay. Measurement. Okay. I can do that, or I can continue hitting him. There's no sense of how hurt he is. I have no idea what the other two are doing. Goodness gracious. Because I don't know what is down there, the only thing I had was PR sending the message saying something about the rubble, something about fighting. Instinct would be firebolt because that's tried and true. I'm gonna hit the guy, big guy, firebolt.
Okay. .23 definitely hit him.
Come on, burn it to a crisp.
That's a D8. D8? Shit, D8?
D10.
Whoops. What? Oh yeah, my D8's the other thing. Okay. Good lord. D10.
Or D10 and a D8 because of your arcane firearm. Wow, it's 10, but 28. For 35.
Burn it.
It burns. You can see part of its outer exterior armor, which seems quite sturdy, start to kind of crumble apart and incinerate part, exposing like this insectoid flesh, and many of this sinew that's kind of exposed kind of snap and tear. That kind of screams in pain, but it's still standing.
Well, I'm gonna then fly 25 feet up, so I'm now
75.
65, because I was 40, so 25.
Oh yeah,
65 feet. 65
Alright.
feet up in the air, moving towards the group. That's it.
Okay, then Fiera.
Yeah, I'm trying to think outside the box here. I cantrip, can't reach, and cantrip the target's the one that probably won't kill it straight away. So, while I'm kind of held by this claw, I'm gonna take out a copper piece. I'm gonna cast Prestidigitation on it, creating a sensory effect that is an odd odor. I'm gonna make it smell like fresh horse poop. And then I'm gonna throw the copper coin as far as I can this way.
All right. Let's
Creative.
definitely.
See what happens.
Okay, let's make that here. I will say like it will land around here that you throw it. And you can see immediately as you produce this copper coin, the attention of the ones that are nearby instantly lock on, and you can see almost like a domino effect. Once one of them locks on, the rest kind of follows suit, like as they probably somehow communicate in their hive mind that once it gets kind of reached through the entire hive, and they kind of lock on to the scent, the strong scent that's currently filling a spacious area that's definitely taken away from you. However, you can see some of them still occasionally flicker back to where they can sense the waves of air being produced by the flaps of wings from the eagle. But it seems like their main attention has been taken in by the coin, especially as it lands on the ground and it creates a sound and a vibration. The attention definitely seems to be now geared towards it.
What?
Anything else?
Nope.
All right. Then Iceral.
Yep. I'm gonna move just a little bit so that big guy is in reach. Boop. Yep. He's in reach now. So yeah, I'm going to pew pew at him.
18 unfortunately misses as it comes flying there.
Okay. I'm gonna use my hasted action to try again. It's even worse.
16 unfortunately as well. They seem to be quite agile, and the armor once again, looks a lot sturdier than you might assume from these subterranean critters, and so even though it kind of blazes off, it doesn't really affect it that much.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, you remain suspended in air.
Yes.
Then come to them. The majority of them will just kind of go towards here. Whoop. And then start just encirculating it. Let's put these here. These ones as well, and they just start to kind of create this just space around it. Try to investigate what it does. Ending that turn, taking us back to him. He will still seem to be a bit focused on Eirik, and the small troop seems to be obeying his commands, though they can't do much. Even though you're 65 feet, he can still reach you with his spike arrows. He can shoot a bit further than his little minions, but there was disadvantage. So 2 of them coming your way. 10-10 will miss, and 11 will also miss. So his futile attempts quitting up. However, he will use his movement now to burrow himself 20 feet
Oh, you bitch!
underground, and you just see he kind of digs. So he's now not within sight anymore. However, he does leave behind a 10-foot diameter hole behind him, but he kind of crawls down now, leaving behind this hole there. Ending his turn, taking us now to Eirik.
Now, here's the fun thing. If I fly back over top of that hole, will I be able to get a glimpse of him down there?
If you just went straight down, yes, but if you made a curve, then no.
Drop a dynamite in there. I mean,
Listen.
Yes. Follows the wick.
Yeah, I mean, let me go read the dynamite thing again.
yeah. I mean, desperate time, desperate measures. It's gonna clear more than just that guy. Hopefully.
It's not as strong as you think.
Yeah, it deals double damage to objects and buildings, so...
Yeah.
But against creatures, yeah, dynamite isn't that
Yeah,
effective.
it's not. No, I know it's not the best thing, but still, it would create a bigger hole.
For him to bow it down.
Our options are defeat him or try to take care of the rubble.
As an
Both won't
action,
be instant.
throw it to a point up to 60 feet away where it explodes like, I guess when it lands, unless you rig it to be longer.
Yeah.
But I don't have time to rig it, and I don't need it to, so... Okay, let me... I will fly over his hole. And I'll look down first and see if I can see him.
You look down, and no, he seems to have curved down. It seems like he wanted to trail you underneath the earth.
Okay, so that... Okay, next question. The dynamite thing says it could be thrown 60 feet. But if I just let gravity take it down into the hole...
Yeah, it can't fall down the hole, definitely.
Yeah, okay, it won't explode at 60 feet.
No.
Okay. I'll reach down and pull out a match. I'll grab a stick of dynamite out of my bag of holding, strike the match, drop the dynamite down the hole.
Okay, how much dynamite? You have 4 times 4 bars?
So just the one set of 4.
Okay. So that would be 66 force damage.
3, 4, 5, 6.
Because it's 3d6 for 1 dynamite, and then for every
Ooh.
additional attach, it's 1d6 extra. And it's a dexterity saving throw, right?
I already closed it again. I have too many things.
I think so, yeah. It is a dexterity saving throw.
Yeah, dexterity.
And the dexterity is 12 to DC.
Yeah.
Yep. All right. It will definitely hit him. He will make a dex save. Wow. Amazing.
Guy.
He saves, however, he does take the half of 19, which is 8. No, 9. Excuse me. 9 damage. Though it kind of just blasts this hole, and also because the blast is big enough, it will basically create a small crater in this place, so he reappears basically as the ceiling he kind of created by himself just kind of blasts open. He didn't dig that deep, and he's there but still very much alive, but you can see like
Good.
large dents inside of his armor from the blast
Good.
itself. Ending, I suppose, ending your turn, or do you want to do something?
I'm just gonna take my last 15 feet of movement and fly up. So I'm at 80 feet now.
All right, so that takes us to Fiera.
Yeah. Get my sword. Because why not? I'll bring Glamour back. I'm gonna point to the top of Azrael and use my action to poof him back onto her back.
Oh,
Yep, welcome. Need your help. And then do you want me to roll initiative for him, or do you want him to just go on my turn?
says immediately after the end of your turn, makes it easier.
Okay. Yep, I'll just give him the command. Okay, I need you to look at the cave-in, see if there's a way through, or do we actually have to dig our way through that? So then on his turn, I'll have him perceive the rubble and kind of get a better understanding of how much work we need through.
He kind of looks at it, kind of looks at you, and he says, "All right, how do you suppose I get down?"
Well, I can bring you down there, but they can tell when someone's moving, so you're gonna have to be very still. Can you do that?
Well, yeah, it's kind of my whole thing. I got these nice paws.
Lovely. I can't see that because I'm dangling below. I'll say, okay, I'll poof you down there next in a few seconds.
All right.
So be ready.
He readies himself.
Wonderful. I love you.
Okay. Then I
right.
throw.
Yep. I'm in range, so you know what I'm doing.
That's
Shooting stars.
Wow, 19 barely misses him. So he's kind of taking cover in the small crate.
Again.
A 20 just hits him. For 23 damage. As the wisp comes floating there, incinerates most of them, most large portion of them exposed to the air, and he's just crawling in pain, but he is still standing.
I am internally screaming. You can feel like Fiera can feel the talons like gripping even a little bit tighter on her robe as and you can sense Isorel's frustration there. But I probably heard the conversation between them, so I will slightly move over here to make it easier for Fiera to poof down Glamour without a problem.
All right.
Yep.
Then that will take us to these again. Still enamored by it. Let's see, for long.
We love horse poop.
Yeah, they seem to either be confused, very pleasantly surprised, and or intoxicated by this poop-smelling bronze thing, and they just continuously start to gather. It's like, it's like an ant-hive that's just like running over something new they've discovered, trying to figure out what it is, if it's useful. And since there's so many of them, and it's just this tiny piece that's creating this strong scent, that's like trying to find the source of it, and it's kind of crawling around.
Freaking bunch of moth in front of a night flame.
Yeah, basically, and they're just kind of sussing out everything they can. These will just kind of start to move up front a bit, but they're there to protect their queen. They can't do much more. It is gonna it will bury itself down again. To try and actually, oh, I even forgot about these. Yep, they would obviously come closer. You know what? It won't bury itself. It will instead use. No, it will. That's its first instinct. It will bury itself, and it will use its action to bury even further, to basically bury dash. So it's even deeper underground now. These animal, but they're kind of smart. So that will take us to Eirik now.
Yeah. I had a firebolt buzzing, waiting to go.
I mean, you could follow him down.
I'm not doing that. That would be dumb. Oh man. Fuck. Do we? I'm just gonna yell across the battlefield at them. Should we rope trick?
I have no idea.
I don't want to use another area of effect. Oh boy. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. Sorry. No, that's too far away. I'm just, yeah, okay. Because he's disappeared, I'm just gonna use my action and my movement to fly over to my friends.
Okay. All grouped together in a bunch. Very well. That ends your turn then. Which will take us now to Fiera.
Yeah. Yep, I did reread it. It takes an action to poof away and an action to poof back, so this is gonna take a bit of work. But what else am I gonna do? I'm just hanging around. So yeah, he poofs away.
All right.
That's my actions. Then I'll just say to Eric, we need to get through here. And I just kind of point down to the rubble. If we can open it up, get through, then close it. Otherwise, we hide until they go away, which could be a while.
Ah!
Yeah. And that's my turn.
So how many haste turns still left?
She's got one more turn left. That's 9 turns. So she gets one more turn, and then it goes away. I think at the end of the turn, or my turn. But she has at least one more turn left.
Okay. Then Isobel.
Yes, I will. I will haste action pick this one off, or try to.
Oh, isn't it already dead? Yeah, it's already dead.
Oh, he is. Oh, okay.
Oh wow, I accidentally squished him.
You smushed him. All right. In that case, I'll try to pick up his little friend. Okay, it's because the X is under, so I thought he was not.
Oh, it's doing that
Anyway,
again. Okay.
Yeah, it's doing that again. All right, so I'll try with this one here. Of course, when it's not the big guy, I smush it to oblivion.
Yep, that one dies.
And then I will ready my haste action in case I see big guy coming back. And only if I see big guy coming back.
Okay. Alright, then. Does that end your turn?
Yep, that ends my turn. I stay right there and I keep a hold on Fiera.
Okay. Let's see if the... Yeah, no, that's big hive right there. They seem to be enthralled by that horse poop scent, and they're still trying to figure out what the fuck's going on. The hive... Oh, actually, these other whales start to kind of... they will start crawling up the wall on the side.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, jeez.
Kind of now lining up this wall right over here and starting to crawl up. Ending their turn, taking us now to Eirik.
Okay, so describe this pile of rubble to me.
It's literally that. They're like large stones, small stones, a lot of dirt just kind of covered up in the area. It looks like a cave-in, basically. You don't know how big the hole originally was, since it seems like part of the outer structure also kind of caved in. Yeah, but assuming the middle is where you need to go, then that's where you need to go.
Yeah. Okay, hang on.
Oh god, we might have to kill the big guy. If he has the ability to burrow, then even if we go through, close it, he might just burrow a hole for all his buddies.
Yeah, that's my fear.
Okay. I'll use an action to create my force ballista cannon.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll use the bonus action to activate it, and I'll just fire right at the middle of the pile.
Okay. Make an attack roll. Oh, actually, just roll damage. You don't have to. You will hit it definitely.
3d8 plus 5.
Oh, yeah, plus 5. Okay.
5, yeah.
yeah, you shoot into it and you see parts of the rocks kind of chip away. And you definitely did some sort of damage, but you're assuming if you continue like that, it will take a while. Because see one of the largest stones kind of crumble down. But depending how deep it is, and you can't really tell, though from the exterior it does seem like a larger explosion has been put here, so it's been thoroughly caved in and buried. You need a larger excavation or larger explosions to unearth it.
Yeah, we gotta get rid of those things. Okay, well, that's what I did.
Well, or anything that has, you know, can create a significant amount of.
You use more than one dynamite to take a turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can spend time linking some together.
Oh, but it takes time.
Yeah.
Okay, Fiera.
You could probably see Iric's reaction from that. How high are we, Heuser? I'd probably be 5 feet lower.
Yes, so I'm 60 feet, you're 55 feet.
Oh boy, I don't think
Yeah.
I moved that far actually. Find familiar, find glamour, there it is. 30 feet. I'm guessing if he drops 25 feet, he's a cat. But he has
he
2 hit
has-
points.
Yeah.
25 feet. Would he get like a dexterity save?
You can also ask me to go down, because I can't
No,
do
it's
shit
fine.
right now.
You can't.
Yeah, I know. Compared to you, I did a lot, but yeah. Well, I mean, not saying that you didn't do anything, but I kind of put you in that situation there.
Yeah, I will. Like, you'll have can make a dex save with advantage. DC isn't very high to just kind of, you know, catch
But
himself.
then if he lands, they might sense that. Oh, Jesus. What am I doing? Yeah, changing gravity won't do anything there. Wonderful. You can summon glamour again. Without a spell slot, right? Because that's a ritual. That'd be a horrible way to die, but. He's gonna hate me. I'd rather live than this one. Okay, screw it. I am poofing him. He will end up 25 feet, or what about the pillar? How high is the pillar? Right below us. With that close distance enough?
It's like 5 feet high. Or which pillar do you mean? The one left?
The one right below us. Or is there anything higher up that he could jump down from?
Technically you could put him like on top of the cave, and actually. That's like, because it's like a slope that goes down. So yeah.
Oh, yeah. If I can do that, then sure. Whatever is. As long as he gets
Safest
down,
for
that's
the
fine.
cat.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'll poof him like on top of the cave then.
Okay, and he'll just reappear. Foop. And place them kind of basically on top of here. Shoop.
Wonderful. So that's my action, my turn. Yeah, he knows what to do. I'll give him the command. Be quiet, watch your step, and help find a way through.
Kind of just nods. See? Wow. He's kind of looking through and he's like, yes. Solid rock and stone is all I can see. And he starts like scraping a little bit, pouring on some of it, and he's like, yeah, probably need an entire army to get through this. Well, unless you have, I don't know, an excavator by hand. Good old pickaxe would probably do as well. Maybe a cannon? A cannon?
Yeah, all 3 of those.
Any explosives? Dynamites? A drill? Some dwarves, perhaps? Any of those things would probably help us quite a bit.
Oh, yeah, I'll cast Summon Dwarf.
Boy.
Okay, I'll let him keep going on. But that ends hazed. You're not stunned or anything. You're really tired for a turn, and you can't take your action, reaction. You're incapacitated, is what it says. I don't think that Thomas Field is correct.
Yeah, I would.
Because you can still stand when he stands and all that.
Yeah, I would double check. But incapacity is one of those things I'm most like, what exactly? Yeah, just can't take actions.
And
So
they
reactions.
changed it. There's a new incapacitated compared to the other one.
Oh, really?
But it's basically just you can't take your actions or reaction, and you can't concentrate and can't speak.
Yeah, I think that's still the same.
Oh.
So I swear you, but can you move?
Speed is 0.
Okay. Then you
I'm
basically
just slapping in space.
yeah. It will take us back to this hive. See if they. Wow! They seem to be even more enthralled with this coin now. In fact, I would say one of them picks it up and they just start moving away. That was a natural one. Trying to figure out what the hell this is.
The coin is better than all of us.
The
I know.
coin! The coin!
The power of a prestidigitation cantrip.
Yeah.
Cantrips, man. Cantrips. You
I don't
cannot.
want to use any more spell slots.
Yeah. You cannot undershoot cantrips. They are so useful.
Yeah.
And these will start continue creeping on the wall and closing in on your direction. Ending that turn there. Eirik, it is your turn now. Holy shit, my camera is annoying me. Please stop unfocusing. Eirik.
Goodness gracious. How, in comparison to me at 80 feet, how high are those guys up on the wall?
They are right now between 30 and 40 feet up.
Okay. I mean, I can drop another chunk of dynamite down here and see what damage it does.
Either the big hive thing or we need to get our way through. Those are the options. Okay.
Yeah, well, he's not here, so we have no idea where he is, and there's no way to find it, so I will go over the top of the rubble and light it. I'll fly down 60 feet or whatever to be in range.
How long does it
Yeah.
take to like tie a bunch together? Is it like
It's a minute to add more together. So I'll just drop another set of 4
All right.
right on the. I guess should probably go towards the top, right? Because then if we get a hole at the top, we can crawl down.
Oh, what if you give it to Glamour and he could like stick it in there, you know? Find a part to like get it within rather than on the outside.
It takes a minute to add fuse length, so we either take a minute to do something more at the dynamite, or it's drop
Or
and
just
explodes
bump.
right away. Yeah.
Gotcha.
I mean, I will also allow, since you're a crafty man, a sleight of hand check, and if that goes well, we can do it in a very quick and dirty, as they do it, as they call it.
Nah, that's not worth the time right now. I'll go down over here, and I'll fly down however low I need to go to be within the 60 feet, sort of. Not that far. Okay, I'll drop dynamite on like this space.
All right. Then yeah, roll
66.
that damage.
not great.
66. However, because it's dynamite and it is structure, it's basically it's a crit, so it takes max damage from 1, which 66 is 36 plus 19 is 45. And as soon as it explodes, you can see it creates this extremely large dent.
55.
Oh, 55.
Yeah, 55.
Yes.
And it just blows inside, creating a large hole in that area, clearing a lot of the rubble. However, it seems it's still very thick, what's behind it. So it hasn't cleared it a lot, but it has now already cleared a large chunk of the boulders and rubble that was there before. So depending how deep it is, maybe a dynamite more or 1 or 2, potentially even 3, you would maybe, perhaps, if you're lucky, get through there.
Okay, well, that's it.
All right, now it'll take us to Fiera's turn.
Okay, so it's progress. Still have a bunch of things on the wall. Guess I'm gonna try to go for Izarel. On the wall. Distance. Oops, that's not mine. Oh, if they're on the wall and they go prone, they probably fall. Just range. I will Sapping Sting in the front one. Con save.
All right.
Actually, it might be useful.
Wow.
It goes prone and takes 5 damage.
5 damage, indeed. You can make the honors of rolling 46 as it kind of unable to hold itself on the wall anymore, just falls down.
Whoa.
Wow, 19. Wow, those 46 just did same damage as the 66. That's crazy. So it dies as it just falls 40 feet down the wall.
Yay, Fiera!
I did something.
I put you in that position, man. I put you completely useless. I am so sorry
It's
about
not.
that.
We probably should fly away from them. But okay,
Yeah.
then I'll just give the command to Glamour. Okay, check out the explosion, and then let Eric know how much more he needs to put in there, and then get some distance.
All right.
'Cause he can move, like,
Yeah,
he can move 40 climbing, I think.
Okay.
He's nimble.
He's a cat.
All right, he goes down. He kind of, just checks out the interior structure, and you can see, all right, well, it's a little bit less dense inside of here. I can actually see through some of the rocks. It's not entirely covered. I think a blast or 2 should do it. And he kind of, yeah. I don't know. I'm not really an excavation expert. And he kind of
Wonderful.
climbs back out so he isn't caught by the blast.
Perfect. Okay.
Actually, we'll go closer to Eirik. All the way over here. Taking us to Izarel.
Yes. I will move myself and Fiera a little bit because I don't like how close these little guys start being. And because they're still within range, I'm going to try to pick off this one here. There we go.
Oh, 12 actually doesn't kill it, so it's still alive.
Yeah, I'm gonna shoot at it again.
That will kill it.
Yeah, that's what I thought. There we go. And yeah,
And they start
it.
falling from the wall. It's their turn now, and they will definitely be moving towards here. And after the dynamite, that will definitely take the attention away from the coin. A large tremor explosion, you know, poop, horse poop and all is great, but
Yeah.
it will start moving towards it. However, that will also attract the large guy back. A
Come on.
tremor like that. However,
Hello, big friend.
he is
I'm ready.
quite far away, all over there, as he kind of crawls out of the ground. Ending his turn, taking us to Eirik.
How far is he? He is within range of a firebolt.
Let's go.
Man, oh man, oh man. I was waiting for him. My internet is so slow. Come on.
22 will hit.
Yes, it
Come on.
does.
Blast him. Burn him to a crisp.
Plus 8 plus 10.
How do you want to kill him?
Yeah, oh my god.
Yay!
Oh man. I heard his emergence out of the ground again, and it just snapped my attention towards him. Eyes locked in on the already damaged creature, and without a hesitation, that's just gonna fire at the last remaining bit of healthy body that he has and just smack it apart.
Yep, it gets blasted into oblivion, burning, creating a fireworks spectacle of gore and armor. It's just gonna smudge into a piece of crispy gore. All right, what else do you wish to do on your turn?
That's the firebolt. Bonus action, because I have my cannon out now. I'm gonna blow down towards the pile.
Mm.
1, 2, 3. 14 plus 5, 19.
40 plus 5, 19 damage. Very well. Continuing to blow in. And now you can see that one of these smaller parts you shoot inside creates a crack. And to your surprise, you can see a small hole in one section has been now opened with your force cannon. And giving you the confidence, one larger blast, one big explosion can probably clear this hole big enough for you to pass through, or at least crawl through.
All right. Just stay there.
Okay, then Fiera, it's your turn. You can also now see that the first very synchronized movements and approaches of the smaller ones now seems to be disrupted. Hazard, the movements are now kind of distorted, and they are now starting to fan out and move in every direction, kind of just moving away.
Gotcha. They're less of a hive mind and more of acting individual, maybe.
Yeah.
Or just confused. Okay. There's 100. I'm not gonna try to catch one. I will search the area and look around to see if anything was left behind from the previous demolition team or anybody else. Since I got a good view up here.
Okay, yeah, can make a perception check. Oh my god, my camera is really...
Oh,
Wow.
sure. We're in ruins. I'm an archaeologist. Makes sense.
Yeah. There seem to be some leftover, like, wrappings and tools. What's it called? Some barrel parts and splinters and kind of bent and molten iron that probably was used by the previous excavation team, where they probably had barrels filled with dynamite or black powder that they used to kind of cause this cave-in. So probably even the fallen down pillar was probably also due to the result of using heavy explosives, plus the big portion of the bridge that was exploded must have been a huge explosion, or at least on two separate sides where this was taking place. You can see like small equipment of like shovels, pickaxes, and stuff like that. However, nothing necessarily of value is within this area. However, with the natural 20, what you can hear is, though the movements and behaviors of all of these insects are very distorted, you can hear that they all create this very resonant, high-pitched sound, which you almost didn't hear. And it seems like you can make another nature check.
Oh, and Mama, because Dada died. Or the other way around. Oh, 12.
12. You're not quite certain what it means. Maybe they're trying to re-establish contact with their, hive master.
Right.
And assuming, you don't know how large this hive is, but there are probably several of them. So they might be attracting another hive lord that is close by to, regroup or something like that. So you're not quite sure.
Yeah.
So you what you roughly know is you're still on a time limit, depending how long you spent here, that one of these will turn up again.
Okay, I'll just pat Azrael's leg and just say, get ready to go through. There might be more coming.
Anything else you would like to do?
No, I'll just hold on for dear life in case she sprints through or drops me or anything like that. And tell Glamour to just get ready to go through.
All right, takes us to Iserel.
Yep. I'm going to ready a dash, and as soon as I see the space open, I'm gonna dash through that opening. All
right, very well.
And I'm going to bring Fiera closer to me as well. I'm gonna bring my talons up and bring her like close to me so that I feel like she's not gonna dangle and scrape the ground as I go through. Yeah, trying to protect my friend because I've put her in a weird situation there for a couple minutes.
It's a weird fight.
Yeah.
Okay, that will then take us to them. They will just kind of slowly disperse out throughout the area. Or just going away in every direction with no real direction. As well as these will also start to just kind of move there. Some of them still kind of going vaguely in your direction. They're just kind of going up or down. But they seem to be more focused on just finding something. Ending their turn, taking us to Eirik.
God, they're gonna come right through the hole with us.
Yeah, I go first.
Oh. Okay, I have 2 sets of dynamite left. I'll just drop another one right next to the hole I've already created.
All right. Wow, 20. That's pretty good. So that's 36, so that's 56 damage. As you place it or throw it inside of there with a large boom. You can see more of the cave and starts to kind of disrupt the way. You can feel and see a large pulse as even parts of the exterior start to crumble down. And indeed, a 3-foot kind of squarish hole has been created, big enough for you to kind of squeeze through. Bit difficult for a large eagle, definitely easy enough for Glamour, who immediately jumps through. No problems, no questions asked. But you've created a small hole within this cave-in.
I'm gonna, as a bonus action, I'm going to force ballista at these guys over here on the wall, just to maybe keep them back a little bit.
All right.
So 3, 8. Ah, shit. 3 D8. So 18.
18. Yep. You just kill one of them.
And it. Okay, yeah. It'll push whatever 5 feet backwards, but if it's dead, it's dead.
Yeah, it's dead, but no questions asked. And they weren't like directly crawling into the hole, they were like crawling up and to the side, so they weren't like touching.
Yeah.
But
I'm just trying to like
yeah,
shock them. And,
yeah.
Like, yeah.
Yeah, and the others kind of do react as soon as one of them dies. They kind of just go away. It's like an ant. If you move an ant away, and then the group kind of follows. It's kind of that going on. Oh wait.
And then I'll fly down to the hole, and I'll just stand there at the top of the hole, waiting for everyone else.
Okay. I still technically that would activate your thing. There's a hole. It's not high enough, but you can still fly towards it.
Yep, I'm gonna fly towards it and drop Fiera on the ground.
All right. You can just move you guys.
And I'm just
there.
gonna stay hovering.
Okay. Then Fiera, what do you do?
Yeah, I'll go through. I guess as I'm walking, I'll just mentally to glamour. Is it safe on the other side?
I don't know if any portion of this is safe, but it looks as creepy as it did before.
He's not in immediate danger, and I'll make my way through, holding the daylight.
Yeah, daylight good flow.
Yeah.
Yeah, you have to climb and crawl a bit. Taking you back to your archaeological ways when you have to go through narrow spaces. Yeah, so like a 3-foot wide hole that's kind of, 4 foot above the ground, so you have to like climb through it. So yeah, it's a tight squeeze, but doable nonetheless. And that will take us to Icewell.
Yep, I'm gonna bonus action. I'm gonna land once that I know that Fiera's through. Bonus action, turn back to a human, and just grab Irek by the wrist and let's go.
Okay. Was that because the hive is kind of dispersed, they have no real intention and they won't follow you? As you kind of grab onto each other one after another, you do manage to then slowly but surely manage to go across, and doesn't seem like they seem to follow, and any stranglers that do have the intention to follow you can kind of keep in bay and just shoot them. However, as you're on the other side, do you make any efforts to try and close the hole again, or do you just leave it as it is? In case...
I think we have to.
Yeah, we have to. I don't know if we can. Does it look like there are boulders that we can use to like roll them back up and try to block the entrance?
Oh.
I think we have to repause the cave in, right?
Well, yes, to permanently close it, but we have to come out. You know, we have to be able to get out when we come back, and we only have what, 1 stick of dynamite left, so we have to keep it for when we try to come back.
Oh.
You
did this dryer.
Yeah.
Did you hear us? I you muted.
Yep.
Oh, sorry. It's 4 sticks, but 1 set if you use it.
Yeah,
altogether.
So we have to keep them when we come back to be sure that the cave-in is back completely off, you know.
So for now, we'll temporarily close it with some big boulders.
Yeah, trying to.
Yeah, I mean, in Irek's bag, I have a pickaxe, shovel, all that stuff, so we could probably, lever some around a little bit together.
Yeah, try to do something that's going to be easier to manage when we come back, but also at least prevent them from immediately coming to us. Like, give us some time to get out before they regain some sense.
So, with my new cantrip elementalism, I can sculpt element, and I can cause dirt, sand, fire, smoke, or mist, or water that can fit in a 1-foot cube to assemble a crude shape of a creature or an object. I mean, I can sculpt boulder or rock shapes out of dirt and sand to at least just fill the hole.
I can
That'd be
probably druid craft some sand that you can then do, and then it's gonna take some time, but we can probably pile it on and do something with it.
Yeah.
At least it would take some time, but at least it wouldn't be taking some big resources that we have. Or if Fiera, you can pick off some of the boulder that then Iric can use.
Yeah, I was thinking there's going to be rocks above, so maybe I can find ones that can nudge down that aren't too big to handle later.
My thing only lasts
like
for an
a
hour.
controlled,
Oh, okay.
like a controlled cave-in, if that makes sense.
Yeah, try to pick off the top so that it just falls down.
And just fill in
Naturally.
any holes to try to sway them. We can do that.
Yeah, I
That
think
way we
that's
don't
a
have to
good
use
idea.
spells.
Yeah.
All right, I'll open up
yeah.
my bag and get your tools out.
Yeah, thank you. And then we can take a little bit of time, maybe like 10-15 minutes, just we'll patch it
Yeah.
the best we can.
Yeah. I have a long sword, so I'm gonna use the long sword that I have to kind of,
Jam it.
Try to pick off the rocks that I can see that can help, and try to help Fiera the best I can with my
Mhm.
very big strength.
Okay, I guess this can just be a survival check, kind of moving the rocks around in a controlled manner.
Would I be with doing that? Would that
Yeah, you would
be
help.
helping Fiera? Okay,
Yes.
yeah. All right, that was the goal. That was the goal. Unless you want me to do it because I have a +7.
I think you see me start trying to, and quickly
Yeah.
realize I'm about to cave myself in, and then take the lead.
Yeah.
So you can do it with advantage, and I'll support you with my tools.
Okay.
So I have a +1.
Wow.
Boom. Boom, boom.
Wow.
Won't
Boom.
that work?
Boom.
Yeah.
Boom. There it is.
Yeah,
There it is.
You can see there's like one loose, large boulder that is like very precariously hovering above you all. And you think like a small nudge here and there on like the lower rocks that is kind of holding it up. It will fall down and block the path with its entirety. However, it's only one boulder which you assume can be destroyed with one stick of dynamite. So if you're coming back and you at least still have this round of dynamite with you, you can easily get out again. So it's kind of the easiest and quickest way for you to close it up with still some decent closure and exit possibilities, as long as you still have that one bundle of dynamites.
Okay. That's good.
So
That was
as
not
far as
fun.
the dynamite goes, it's I can take them apart, and each one is 3d6 damage individually.
Yep.
So I'm going to take the time while they're working on the rocks. I'm going to take the time. I'm going to disconnect the last 4 that I have, and I'm going to give Isorel 2 of those sticks and put them in her bag of holding so that I won't use them for anything in the rest of the trip down
Okay,
here. So
to
I
kind
have
of-
2 sticks, you have 2 sticks.
Okay. I'm gonna put it in my sheet here. Oops, no, it's not a spell. Okay, cool.
All right. Then I assume you proceed.
Oh, yeah, once we figure out where we want to go, right? So according to this map, we have two choices that are at least marked. There might be some that aren't marked. We could go the quickest path and head toward the pillar, or we could take our time for a little bit, maybe try to find that one gentleman that's lost. Start with a K.
The
Roderick.
dungeon.
I did start with a K.
Yeah, Roderick.
I was thinking about a book I was reading. We could look for Roderick because he might have gone a different way and kind of head our way toward the Gravekeeper Sanctuary and then the Black Bulb Grove.
Well, I mean, first of all, let's take a look around and see if there's any tracks, or I'll activate my see invisibility again. See if I can see more signs or markings on the walls.
Yeah, can make a perception check.
With advantage because of...
No, this isn't a skill challenge. This is just normal, just looking around the area. I'm assuming you're still at like somewhat at the... You aren't traveling yet, right? You're just kind of talking.
No, just like once we're through, can we see if there's like traces of anything to show us what direction he might have gone in?
Yeah.
Or anyone at that matter.
Yeah, you're looking around and you can see here like some like weapon racks with still some spears and swords and shields there that have the similar make as the Artisan Crusader South. So this probably was like a station point where some of the soldiers rested or had their patrol and set up. You can also see like smaller supplies, such as food and a couple of crates and barrels actually with fresh water and stuff. And that's where you realize actually, you know, you probably didn't take that much food with you, or if you did, you can just restock some of it here.
I was gonna take all the food that was there.
Yep, some of it seems to be a little bit molded and covered in dust just because of the cave-in, but some of it still seems to be quite fresh. The equipment is just basic, there's nothing special about it.
Can I cast mending on the rotten food?
I don't think that's how it works, but you could, if you have a broken piece of bread, you could put it back together to have a whole bread, which is very useful if you cut through something. But yeah, there don't seem to be any clear signs of that any direction leads anywhere. So this is just one straight hallway. You probably have to get in deeper. And you're assuming you have to still travel a bit until you even get to the point where you can decide whether or not you go, quote unquote, left or right.
If it even is that way.
Exactly.
So basically right now there's only one way, and it's forward.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I guess after that, are any of you hurt? I'm still pretty good.
I'm down about a quarter of my health.
Okay.
I may or may not be almost half health right now.
Whoa. Okay, how about we get to the end of this hallway and then take a break when we reach a point where we have to make a decision?
I almost feel like we should take a break now because there is food, there is fresh water. We know we're safe here. We know that there's no danger ahead.
If we get to a cross point, we might be in view of other things, right?
Yes.
I just know that those things react to movement, and if we're on the other side of the wall, they may try to dig through.
Well, we can travel forward a little bit, but let's not go right to the intersection.
Okay.
Let's stay in this hallway a little bit.
Yeah, so that we only have two ways to look at instead of having like this whole thing.
Oh, sure. Actually, I can put an alarm spell down here. I think I can do that as a ritual. I can.
But do you want to take 10 minutes to do the alarm to prevent them from hearing us? You know, you probably have
Not
to.
really.
Yeah, you probably have to
And
yap.
it produces
to get
sound
it.
when it goes off. That's probably not the smart thing to do.
No,
Yeah,
let's just walk.
Okay,
Yeah,
cool.
let's just walk forward a little bit and find a quiet place to sit down for a little bit.
All right. You take some of the supplies that the other soldiers left behind. A couple of water skins you can just pack in. Bread, some dried meats, good meats, and some kind of vegetable spreads that you can put on some dried breads that they have there. As well as potatoes, because you gotta love potatoes. And you kind of walk down maybe like a good distance, maybe like 100 to 200 feet, just so you're away from what their trauma sense could potentially feel out. And you feel rather safe here and kind of take a short break. I'm assuming you're taking a short rest.
Yep.
All right, don't forget the number of hit dice. They are limited.
Oops.
So use however many you wish to now, spending 15 minutes within this hallway before you continue on.
Oh,
I'm just
here.
gonna do one.
Wow. Okay.
Perfect.
Wow.
Okay, that's not what I wanted to do, but okay. Perfect. All right, so that's 4 more. Okay.
Oh. And I'll use another charge for my necklace.
Supposed to have another one and another one. I was using my cleric dice, but I don't know why it didn't roll all of them together.
Yeah, I also kind of forget how that works.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do I want to use Arcane Recovery? Let's get spells. Oh, I don't need to. That's nice. It changes spell, but I think I'm happy with my spells for now. I guess I could change Featherfall now that we're past the ravine, unless we think there's another one.
Yeah.
Could be another one.
We're probably gonna be flying again.
Yeah, that's a good point. I can keep it, that's fine.
Alright. I don't regain anything on a short rest.
Your animal form, though?
Nope. Long rest.
Oh.
Yes.
That changed.
So I have 1 wild shape left. Unless I
Okay.
use my...
Oh, you can use spell
My spell-
slots, though.
yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that's... I could give you my Pearl of Power later if we really need to.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we'll be good. I mean, we made it through that. We didn't have to use too much. We're alive. Let's just not do that every room where we get the attention of 100 things.
Yep.
But yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what's the plan?
you still have your elf?
Yep. He would have followed me into the hole.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's just have him go ahead and
Yep.
see if we
Assume
can-
the same assume the same position, 90 feet ahead, and I listen to what he has to say.
Yep, sounds good.
All right.
And then Glamour will just stay behind us 100 feet.
All right. Well, this will take us then to the next skill challenge as you start to delve deeper into the dungeon. So whoever wishes to helm that can do so.
Well, I would still have part of my hour of seeing visibility up, so I'll use that to start us off to look for markings still and anything that might be hidden.
Yup.
So this is with advantage now?
Yep. This is with advantage. Wow. Natural 20. Next part of your journey going quite flawless. And there seem to be very clear marks, indications, sometimes even arrows that point you in a direction you're supposed to go. Once again, you can't really read what the symbols are saying, but you're just trusting them. They've brought you to the ravine. They will probably take you to the next step. And the hallways and structures now become a little less complicated than in the beginning. In fact, it seems to be streamlined to a point where you can gain a more logical sense of how this interior of the dungeon is structured. In fact, it reminds you a lot of how a large church is built with, you know, different chambers and stuff like that, and that you can go up and that there are larger areas of space and so on and so forth. You gain a sense that it's like now the structural integrity and layout of the dungeon is now designed for things to inhabit this place, basically. So this seems like a more habitable environment than whatever you went by before. Like, it was literally a maze what you went through in the first steps. It is still a bit complicated, and there's still some sections that confuse you where there are different layers, but you are now at least remained on one continuous layer. And if you go down a flight of stairs, it stays within the flight of stairs and not overlapping flight of stairs that go above each other in 3 different layers. That doesn't make any sense. And so while you're traveling and following Eirik, you also have a easier time trying to map out this section. In fact, it only takes you about 15 minutes or so that you get to a point where there's a large wall that you approach that dissects into a large T section. And then you can see written, and Fiora, you would be able to recognize this in Celestial, that to the left, you can read very clearly Gravekeeper's Sanctuary, and to the right, it reads Pillar of Atonement.
Someone know how to look for tracks? See if somebody came through here recently?
I can try. Can use my knowledge of living in the woods for a while. So yeah, I that would that be survival if I was trying to find tracks, or would
Yeah,
yeah? Okay.
I love that.
Okay.
And I'll have Glamour help you because he's good at sniffing out things in his cat form. If you want to roll with advantage,
Yes.
All right.
he probably won't like sniffing for tracks, but it's not his choice.
It was almost a 4 and a 5, and at the last second the 5 came back to a 13.
Nice. Yeah, you're looking around here and you do see a variety of footprints lining the ground, but most of them seem to be going from the direction, or going towards the direction you came from, so exiting the dungeon. Presumably the excavation team or whoever was inside of here that, you know, tried to go away. However, you also do see splotches of blood on several occasions that are dried, seems to be dried, but definitely isn't ancient. So some sort of conflict or something must have happened here. And in fact, you also find a couple of arrows that have been shot. The tips are broken, kind of lying on the ground. So you see the remnants of combat, and they all seem to be coming from the right section, which leads to the Pillar of Atonement. You also see several footsteps that also come from the Gravekeeper Sanctuary, but a lot less from that direction. And the footprints themselves seem to be heavily armored footprints. So it's not like, leather shoes or something like that, but it's more like greaves have been walking around here.
Guards. They mentioned that soldiers were left behind. Would they seek sanctuary in either the purification chamber? That would probably be a safe place. Or the grove?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Makes sense.
It would be possible, yeah.
I guess my curiosity kind of pulls me that way. I don't really want to leave a room out.
The fact that the black bulb bulb grove
Yule.
things like that. The fact that it's the last sort of location on one side is intriguing that they didn't think to go further that way. Like something could have stopped them there.
There
It's hard
is
to say.
there is definitely the possibility that, there may be sentinels that way that may have stopped them from going further, and they want us to take care of those sentinels.
Well, it's hard to say. The Sentinels should be fighting against whatever's using blood magic, which isn't us, but if they just stop intruders in general, then they would attack anyone. We don't really know, because we haven't seen one. But if there's a chance that there's soldiers that way that we could bring with us, I wouldn't say no. Or save.
Mm-hmm.
They might know the area better than us. And they might have Roderick.
Yep.
And that could be the difference between getting to our end goal without having to fight 100 things.
Yeah.
And now I just want to point out that the last time we came across something that was labeled or named Atonement, we nearly lost our minds and died. So
Yeah, I can understand
that hasn't
the
come up yet in
hesitation.
conversation.
Right. Oddly enough, the sign here is in Celestial as well, which was also the sign at the lake.
Yeah.
So there could be a new challenge to get through. But we just don't know.
The Lake of Atonement was something we had to cross. The Pillar of Atonement might be something we have to climb.
Ugh.
Anyway, we hadn't brought that up yet, and the word atonement has freaked me out, so...
Right. Well, I guess which way do you want to go? I'd prefer to head toward the grove, just so we don't miss anything that we might need, or might make things easier. It's either we go now or we try to go there on the way back, but I don't think we'll have the resources to.
I think we'll just do it now. We're almost 8 hours into this already.
If we can find a way to go from the grove to the display.
That's
You know?
Well, That's what made Roderick, right? He would know shortcuts. He would know.
That's what I'm thinking. And if it's a freaking dead end, then I don't know. I'll just scream, I guess. The ghosts are chuckling.
Let me get the spells again. There's some
Jack, are there still bodies in the walls now that we're in this like church area?
Yeah, definitely.
It's all still the same.
Still the same. But as a point of order, the hallways are a little bit larger as well. It's not like a 7-foot corridor anymore. It's like 15 feet. It's like quite sizable, in fact. And the ceiling as well. It's about times 20 feet high.
What's like the sign made out of?
It's not a sign. It's carved into the wall.
It's like a carving.
Yeah, almost everything here seems to be like a carving of some sort or a relief.
Right.
Has Glamour understood any of the thieves' cant symbols that we've been passing?
Well, he can't see invisibility, so he can't see them, but you can definitely take the time to describe.
Oh, I mean, yeah. So I'll draw them out and explain them to him as we go.
And he'll say, yes, indeed. Yes. Wow, this is old thieves' cant. I haven't seen this in a while. I think the one I learned it from, I saw him occasionally use it. So, actually, I know there's some specific thieves that this is for a inner circle of thieves. It's used to communicate between board members of a specific guild. So what that means is, there are different types of organizations that specialize in different kinds of thievery. And, well, inner city thieves that steal wares from, merchants versus thieves that focus on just stealing common folk, pickpocketing and stuff like that. They all have their own kind of language because we all look for different things. And I've not encountered one of these yet, but my best guess is we're inside of a tomb. It's probably a thieves' cant made specifically for grave diggers. So actually quite helpful, because I would assume that they usually point out locations of traps and or where potential treasure is.
Fair enough. Yep.
We should get going and definitely start going towards. I think we can all agree that we want to go towards that grave place.
Head there first and figure out whatever next afterward.
Yep.
Okay.
If there are grave robbers around, then the Gravekeeper Sanctuary might be a place they go to, so...
Yep.
Alright. Then you turn towards the left and walk down that pathway, and that is where we're gonna end today's session. As you have cleared the first step of this
We're so fucked.
ginormous dungeon. Wow, that's par for the course for a dungeon crawl.
Yeah. I mean, we also rolled a 1 on our first location, so...
Yeah, that did not help. But we rolled a nat 20 on the second one, so...
That is true.
Yeah.
You know?
So, high hopes. High hopes. I'd say you're doing pretty good.
Yeah, a bit of everything.
So we'll see how this continuous journey
Yep.
is gonna go. Please like and subscribe for this very, very special. I actually have to move Arya's token. Who once again is our guide, even in death. To show us where we are currently now on the way to the Gravekeeper Sanctuary, and what will these individuals, the Fate Weavers, find there? Yeah, I'm excited.
Oh, man.
It's a long time since I had to heavily prep an entire area so much.
Oh,
Yeah. There's a lot in here. I'm sure we'll miss a
Yep.
lot.
Yep, and that's the thing, right? We can't just dungeon crawl like normal. We are on a time crunch.
Yeah, the time limit. It takes time to get from room to room.
Yep.
we're already a third through
Mm-hmm.
the time limit that we were given. Roughly 24 hours, but
Well-
I mean, yes.
Roughly 24 hours. However, with that magical sleep that we have 24 hours before our bodies are just like
yeah.
night.
Yeah.
Which we don't want to happen in the middle of a dungeon.
Yeah.
In the middle of running across the ravine again.
Yeah. That
Yeah.
would be bad. Can you just imagine all of us going like sleep?
Just fall off the cliff while in eagle form. Wow.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Well, anyways, we're gonna say goodbye for now, and we'll continue this adventure hopefully next week, and we'll see you guys then. So, bye.